You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather, post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the podcast all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. We are proudly presented by Post Wrestling, and we are back and better than ever for our November edition of the world's fastest trip around the professional wrestling landscape. I am one of your hosts, the Godfather Nate Milton. Over 10 years in the game, ain't a damn thing changed. I'm still your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster, and I am joined by the advocates. First up, let's bring in this man, a man who has inspired many people to think differently, to act differently, to love differently. He's even inspired some people to hate differently, because some of y'all get real creative with the ways you hate on this brother, but he's not going to let that stop him. He's not going to let that break his stride, because he is the angry intellectual. He is the man that so many people call Moderna Kris. Some call him Mimosa Kris. Some call him the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California. Some even call him the mastermind, the invisible hand behind the move that brought Luka Doncic to the LA Lakers and Shohei Ohtani to the world champion Los Angeles Dodgers. Y'all give it up for the king of happy hour himself, my brother, my tag team partner, and my friend, the good Reverend Dr. Kris Ely. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What's up? I haven't talked to you Torontonians in about a month on live audio wrestle, not live. What the fuck, man? Flashing back like a mug. On post wrestling, I haven't talked to you cats in a month. I know, right, man? I gotta, but I haven't talked to y'all in a month. I'll let y'all troll me all over social media last month. I even for a second had me thinking the Dodgers were gonna lose. So I was being humble. I was like, let's let it play out, and sorry for you guys, but yeah, go Dodgers.
Yes, go Dodgers indeed. This is going to be a big episode of the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. So much to talk about. So let's bring in the next member of the crew this month. Much like Kris, he is an unabashed Dodgers homer. He is also the leader of the mid-card Marauders and one half of the tag team that brings you Ring Theory, which can be found every month at the Nefarious Media Network. Y'all give it up for this brother. You know him. You love him. He is the holder of the Shula Fala upper mid-card, Jay Lacey. What's good, brother?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Doing all right, man. Kris threw me for a loop for a second, man. I was like, hold on, is this 2025 or 2015? I don't know.
2017,
don't get me wrong, Kris. Some days I wish it was like 10 years ago. Maybe things would be different in this world, but that's another topic for another day.
Yeah, for real.
Much like Kris, man, I was going to keep it on the humble. And then I started seeing everything pop. They were doing everything in Toronto, man, just planning parades and everything, man. So
yeah,
when they lost, and there was no doubt it was going to happen. Champions win. Winners win. That's what happens. And they went back to back on them. And the first thing that Nike did, shout out to Nike for this one, they ran it back with Kendrick Lamar because Drake is taking L after L.
I know, right?
And they just rub salt in the wound. So, you know, it's a good day to be a Dodger fan. It's a good day to be in post wrestling land. And much like Kris, I'm having a glitch right here on my mouth. So
yeah.
Well, you know, when we have glitches, when we have technical gremlins, there is one man to call. And some would say he is the Drake of production, because whenever we get to talking here, Kris, he is the one that really, really tries to keep us PG.
Right.
But it ain't gonna happen. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know who we are. Y'all know what we do. But this is the man that tries very valiantly to keep us reined in on a month-to-month basis. Y'all know him as the super producer. Some would call him the Caitlin Clark of production. That's why we call him Caitlin, dog. Y'all give it up for the king of calcium himself, Two-Way Ray Williams. What's going on, Ray Williams?
Not much. Always a pleasure to join you guys. I know some of y'all in the chat are wondering, why is my video looking screwed up? Well, StreamYard has us trying some new things. So we're doing two separate. It's the same video, but it's two separate streams, which one is going to be if you can access mostly on your phone, it's going to be mostly portrait. The other, if you can watch it landscape, or if you can watch it any other way that you watch YouTube, it'll be landscape. So don't be alarmed, folks. Please.
We got a simulcast going tonight, Ray Williams.
Indeed. And also I meant to wear my Eddie Guerrero shirt to commemorate the 20-year anniversary of his passing. Long live Eddie Guerrero. As well. So I'm just ready to go ahead and spend some time with you brothers and talk wrestling and make some more people mad if we get out of here at a decent time.
Hold on, Ray. Hold on, because I know Ray was like, Nate, we shouldn't talk about this. You know, we should just keep it moving, keep the show going. We shouldn't pull back the curtain, Jay Lacey. That's what he tried to tell me. But you know this, we family here at Post Wrestling. So now we can talk about it, folks, because last month, I think we clocked in at just under 4 hours, correct, Ray?
Right, yeah. That's what it was. I checked it today, yeah.
I think it was around
just under 4 hours, about 3:40.
Yeah.
And we had comments, Jay Lacey, from people that were like, oh, man, what is this? What are y'all doing, man? Y'all slipping this month. Y'all half-stepping. Y'all ain't giving us what we thought we was going to get. So I find it funny, man. We went from the place where when we first started doing shows that were 6-7 hours long, people started tripping. People started being like, hold on, man, that's too long. Y'all got too much dip on your collective chips. And now they're like, hold on, man, you only give me 3 hours. That's it. That's it. That's not what I paid for on this free podcast. But I guess it just goes to show you, Kris, if you're putting out a good product, man, people will become receptive to it no matter the length or the duration of the program.
Right. Yeah. I was completely surprised. I thought they would be grateful that we quit a little earlier, but
this is what Kris said.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so look, it's some months we're going to be able to do the marathon show. Some months we can't, you know, it's just that simple, you know. So I don't know how else to say it, you know.
But the thing is, next month. So I think tonight we'll probably go another 3-4 hours somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
But next month, set your calendars, man, because we're going back to the marathon format, because it will be time once again for our annual NWA Podcast Christmas kickback, the holiday kickback. It ain't a party, you know. It's not a festival. It's just an informal gathering. It's a function, Jay. It's a kickback, man. And so last year we had some fun at the kickback. Braden Harrington came through. John Cena came through. Kate from Montreal. Brent Chittenden. I think Rich Fan hopped in for a little minute. So who knows who will show up this year? I think WH Park rolled through to the kickback.
He did.
Yeah. So who knows who's going to show up to the kickback this year? Could we even secure the most elusive and exclusive guests here at Post Wrestling, that being the bosses, John and Way. Will they be able to stay up for 6 hours, 7 hours, 9 hours long, however long the kickback goes? Who knows? They probably won't, spoiler alert, but who knows? We might have John and Way joining us next month for the holiday kickback, y'all.
Indeed, indeed. Tell Max, stay in the bed. Tell Oscar, stay in the bed. They gonna be right here.
So better not bring your kids situation.
Who got the Hennessy?
Yeah, especially if we get back on the topic of Shawn Michaels signing autographs. If anybody that remembers that conversation,
man. The short we put up.
Yes. Oh yeah. Go back and check out that clip.
Yeah, an autograph you can't unsee once you see it.
No, you can't. You cannot. But before we get into the multitude of topics we got this month on the NWA Pod, one last bit of housekeeping. Because as I mentioned earlier, you can find all of us not only here at Post Wrestling every month, but you can find us every week at the Nefarious Media Network. Nefarious Media Network is what we've been doing since January of this year. We're getting close to that 1 year anniversary. It's almost our birthday, y'all. But we've been providing thoughtful, truthful, turned up, independent podcaster, man, talking about sports, politics, pro wrestling, entertainment, pop culture, life, with shows like The Parlay, shows like Styles Break Fights, our MMA show, Ring Theory, our wrestling show with Jay and Gerard Downtown Brown, Super Salad, one of our newest shows where we talk about the world of superheroes in comics, in TV, all different kind of mediums, movies. The Avengers Initiative, which a little birdie told me may be making a return sometime in the near future. So we got a lot going on. The Kings of Sport, the flagship program that started it all the way back in 2013. We got a lot going on in Nefarious, and we would love for y'all to help us out, man, as we continue in this journey. The easiest way, the quickest way to do that is head over to Patreon, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network, where less than $5 gets you in the door, y'all. $3 in this economy. Ain't no tariffs on Patreon. $3 gets you in the door, because we are in the midst of the drive for 500 Patreon subscribers, which allows us to do a lot of different things here at the network, including hiring another producer, maybe getting somebody. I was talking to Brittany Monet, who's part of the network today, Ray, and we were like, we probably need like a manager. Like, we got a lot of creative people. We got a lot of talented people on the network, but we probably need somebody who's like a nuts and bolts bean counter type person, because every team needs that. You know, you need the steak and the sizzle. You need all sorts of people to help the boat float. But it will allow us to do a lot of different things, man. And 500 YouTube subscribers gets us halfway to monetization. So if you got the time and you got the dime, help us out, man, because we're trying to do some big things, man. We going up against a lot of folks in this space who outshine us with their budgets. Talking about you, Barstool. Talking about you, Sage Steele. Talking about you, Joe Rogan. Talking about you, Stephen A. Smith. I was gonna say something about Stephen A., but I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it be. I'm gonna leave it be tonight, Ray. A lot of people that outshine us with their budgets, but they can't touch us when it comes to what we talking about, the content of what we talking about. So we just need some help, man, to keep this thing moving, because all of us work full-time jobs. All of us got families and kids and stuff. Ray got kids, even if you don't speak to him every month or any month. But we trying to do some stuff here. Ray said, "Why did you put me out there like that?" Close to Christmas time too. They gonna want something now. But we trying to do something, man, and we'd appreciate it, man. If y'all dig what we do here at Post every month, help us out over at Nefarious, because we're trying to make a change in this game by any means necessary. And speaking of that, if you want to jump to the front of the line tonight here at Post Wrestling, there is one way to become a VIP. There is one way to hop the line, and that is by smashing that super chat button. That gets you to the front of the line so you can comment on any of the topics that we talk about this evening. You can ask questions that may have nothing at all to do with. If
you have a Stephen A. Smith question.
If you got a Stephen A. Smith question, I'm all here for it. If you want us to run back the great conversation about Sergeant Craig Pitbull Pittman from WCW, hit us up with a super chat, man. Whatever y'all want to talk about with the super chat, it's your dollar, and we'll make it do what it do. So with that being said, Ray, let's get it started, man. What's topic number one?
Well, topic number one, and how apropos, because this young lady, she's went through a lot over the last few years, but somehow finds herself at number one in two lists from wrestling publications, one being the PWI Women's 250 and the other being the BW 500 presented by our very own Righteous Reg, who performs our theme song. So shout out to Righteous Reg. But
Yeah, shout out
we're
to
talking
Reg.
about the one and only Mercedes Mone, who's been getting a lot of flack over the last year, whether it be her getting too many championship belts, whether it be her having creative control. So I'll pass the mic off to you guys. How do you think this year so far has been for Mercedes Mone, and has she lived up to being one of the best, if not the best, women's wrestler and one of the best wrestlers, period, in the world? I'll hand it off to you first, Nate.
Well, you hand it off to me, but I'm gonna hand it off to Kris, because I think, for those that remember, Kris and one of our guests recently, shout out to Mr. Right Way, who was on the program, who joined us, and Kris and Mr. Right Way had a very interesting dialogue and discourse about Mercedes Mone. So, Kris, if you want to expound upon that and talk about, as Ray said, just Mercedes racking up these accolades and being recognized as one of the best in the world, man.
Well, so yeah, I was Mr. Right Way, I'm not even doubting what he was saying about Mercedes. I've met her twice in my life. And both times she was cool as a fan. I forgot about the second time I met her until I was reminded of it. I want to say I was with Reg and Phil. No, it wasn't. It was someone else, but it was out here in LA. I met her, and she was cool then. And this was after her big timeness. So, but when I met her in 2015 at WrestleMania in San Jose, in not San Jose, but San Francisco, that Bay Area WrestleMania. She was cool, and I'm happy for her. I think that when you are a woman in wrestling, you are expected to play a certain role. You're expected to shut your mouth. You're expected to do what's asked of you, and you're expected to be humble and just be appreciative of the spot you're in. I've always appreciated about Mercedes that she's not super humble, she calls her shots, and I think that a lot more wrestlers need to do that, especially if you can back it up. I don't think it was wrong for her and Trinity to do what they did a few years ago. I know people feel like, look, man, if you feel that you are being disrespected and the booker isn't doing right by you, you have to voice your displeasure at that, or else you're just going to keep getting shitted on, because that's just what the wrestling industry does. It never corrects itself unless you correct it for them. It's just the way it is. So shout out to her. She deserves to be number one on both lists. Honestly, I don't think, like, women's wrestling in WWE has been all right. I don't think it's been as good as it's been in past years. Probably as good as it's been last year. This year it's been okay, but I think what Mercedes and those women in AEW have been doing has been off the charts. So if it wasn't Mercedes, for me it would have been like Timeless Tony Storm, or maybe Stephanie Verker's been all right. But I think the when it comes to fleshed out stories and wrestling and wrestling matches, I have to give the rub to AEW at the moment.
Okay.
So shout out to Sasha, or sorry, not the slave name. Shout out to
Give us free.
Yeah, Mercedes Mone. I ain't trying to Kuta Kente, you darlings.
Shout out to LeVar Burton on these streets.
Yeah, you are Mercedes.
Let's go to Jay next, and while Jay's giving his thoughts on Mercedes Mone, Ray, I'm gonna need you to do one thing for me. I need you to effort the PWI 250 and look up a couple names for me. Look up Toni Storm, look up Bird Lady, look up Spider Lady, and look up Nia Jax. I need you to look up those 4 names on the list. Of course. Toni Storm, Bird Lady, Spider Lady, Nia Jax. We'll come back to that. But Jay, when we talk about this year that Mercedes has had, Ultimate Moné, if you will, what are your thoughts on her trajectory and her career path this year?
Man, I really enjoy what Mercedes Mone is doing. To me, it's reminiscent of when people back in the day were talking about what Ric Flair was doing with the World Championship, just collecting belts, right? So she's bringing a new modern twist to it, being actually a modern day world champion in several different promotions, like going all the way out to all across the pond to Europe, going to Japan, going to different like smaller promotions and carrying that torch and bringing attention to those promotions and just doing her thing. So, I mean, I don't disagree with it. I think she's had a heck of a year. I know we're going to talk about the blood and guts. I almost said pay-per-view because it was that good. I thought,
I know, right?
It's nuts, but that show right there, I mean, when she came out and she had all the belts on the table, and it just shows you exactly like she is carrying women's wrestling or doing her part to carry women's wrestling, representing it really well for the AEW side. So I don't disagree with that list. And if it wasn't Mercedes, I mean, you guys brought up some good names with Toni Storm. I think that one name we haven't brought up that was on her way, but again, life happens, and congratulations to her is Naomi. I mean, she had the banger of the year, and I think she was going to be making some big noise this year. But I can't disagree. I think Mercedes did her thing, and I'm glad she's again getting her flowers, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Jay. I think both honors from the BW 500 with Righteous Reg. Shout out to our good brother Reg. You can check him and Phil Lindsay out at Grapsity. I think that's well deserved, and then the PWI 250. That honor, that top spot is well deserved because you can make an argument, you can make a case for somebody like a Toni Storm. You could probably make a case for some of these women in Japan, which full disclosure, I'm not as up on in terms of being cognizant of the work that's going on over there. I check out somebody like Karen Peterson of WH Park for more insight on that, or Bruce Lord, or even Kate from Montreal for what those women are doing over there. But when it comes to kind of the big tent, the third ring of the 3-ring circus, which is North America most times, who's been putting in the work, and it's been Mercedes, man. It's been Mercedes, man. It's like not only go ahead, Chris.
No, I was gonna say, like, I've even seen some of the matches she's had with these other promotions. They have been bangers, man. Like, I've never seen a wrestler do what she's done, like wrestle in a mainstream North American company and have these indie matches or these half of the promotions I've never even heard of, but she's been just putting it on, man.
Yeah, I think the closest thing you could kind of see, and even this is different from these examples I'm going to give Chris, is Ric Flair back in the day, like Jay mentioned, or Ultimo Dragon, or more recently, like when AJ Styles had his like free agent year, and he was just kind of popping up everywhere. But even AJ wasn't winning to this extent. Cody, when he had his free agent year, Cody wasn't winning to this extent that we're seeing from Mercedes Mone, and she is the draw, man. She is the draw. Like all of these other companies, man, it's just so cool. Just any random given time, Mercedes Mone might pop up in your company, because sometimes you got to pop out and show them. And
I know. And she's showing up on TV every single Wednesday too. Like I don't know who else has done that. You know, who's like Cody did it, but was he showing up on television every week? You know, like was Ric Flair? You know, was he? I don't know. I don't remember Ric Flair. I remember him doing that shit. I just don't remember.
Well, Flair would be on TV for the big stuff, like when he would go to World Class and they had that big stadium match in Dallas. But you know, and when you talk about Cody or AJ, like they were doing something similar, but not quite, because the wrestling landscape was different. Even you know, to Cody a couple of years ago, because now you've got a secondary company in America like AEW that's got all these relationships with these other promotions. And so you can have Mercedes on your main AEW television, but she's also doing big things over here with CMLL. You know what I'm saying? She's also doing big things over here in Japan. She's also doing big things over here in the UK. And it's just like we're getting to see all of this in a way that we really couldn't, particularly when you talk about a Ric Flair, because what no damn internet back then. Al Gore hadn't invented it yet, kids. And so like this is very, you know, a very modern take on that world champion, Kris, like the greatest wrestler in the world. And I think Mercedes bell to bell has always been in that echelon. I think the interesting thing now that we're starting to see in AEW is the progression of the character, which, you know, to be fair, has always kind of been the weaker part of the Mercedes Mone skill set. Particularly when you talk about the promos, but I think she's really latched on to the CEO character. I think she's really latched on to being, you know, the Thanos of women's wrestling and collecting all these Infinity Stones. And I think her character work has gotten better this year as well, particularly when you look at that feud with Toni Storm.
Right. Yeah. I think her character work has, and I always thought it was there. I think like people like just, Mercedes is one of those wrestlers that I think a lot of fans just look for reasons to shit on her, either from like rumors or maybe you had an interaction with her that wasn't the greatest, you know. I don't know. But like I said, like for me, she's always been cool when I've met her. And it's just really great to see her in this position, especially after what she went through in WWE. And I don't care what anyone says. I'm always going to side with the wrestlers over management. That's just how it is, you know, especially when management is putting out these public statements about you being insubordinate. You know, that kind of shit. No one deserves that, and no one should have to go through that. So I mean, shout out to her, shout out to Trinity too. And you know, just it's not easy being a woman in this business, and it's really not easy being a black woman in this business.
Nope. And you know, you mentioned the word deserves, Kris. So let's go back to our super producer, Two-Way Ray, who I think we've given him enough time to effort these results. So Ray, before you give us your thoughts on Mercedes Mone this past year, can you give us the landing spots on the PWI 250 for Timeless Toni Storm, Bird Lady, Spider Lady, and of course Nia Jax?
Well, to start off with Timeless Toni Storm, she was actually number 2.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Actually, on the magazine, there's a shared cover between her and Mercedes Mone on the PWI, that issue for the women's 250. So shout out to Timeless Toni Storm. All right, so we'll go off to the Bird Lady, Lyra, aka Lyra Valkyria, because Nate always refer to people by the gimmicks. All right, Lyra Valkyria was number 15. Number 15. All right. Spider Lady, aka Tekla from AEW, was number 46. I believe.
Oh, damn.
Sure. Yes, number 46. And of course, Nate's Caramel Queen, Nia Jax, rounds off at number 13.
Okay.
Top 15.
We back.
A couple spots over Bird Lady.
Top 15. Okay. See, Ray, I had a whole thing for planned because I was expecting they was gonna put Nia like at 30 or something. I had this whole routine plan, Chris. I was gonna get up and be adamant and offended, but 13. Okay, you see the vision. So real quick before we get Ray's thoughts on Mercedes Moné's year, do those spots sound about right to you? 13 for Nia Jax, 15 for the Bird Lady Lyra Valkyria, and you said what, 43 for Tekla?
46.
I think that's a little bit too low for Tekla, but it probably doesn't take into account like her most recent work.
Right. Yeah. I think Tekla, that's a little low. Everybody else I think is positioned within the realm they should be in. I'd probably put Nia Jax at 11, maybe. Okay, definitely not my top 10 yet, but she's outside.
She can see in the club.
Yeah, she can take a peek in. She's been okay. Yeah. And yeah, I think everyone's aptly placed on that list.
What about you, Jay? Because I think Tekla's a little too low. I think Nia's kind of around, maybe she could be a little bit higher, but I think she's around where she should be. I actually think, and this is maybe where I don't know when the cutoff was for the voting, but I think maybe the voting cut off before they started this damn Bailey Lyra storyline, because I think that might have dropped her a couple spots.
I don't disagree with you on that, because that hasn't been her best thing. Like I initially said when she first got attacked by Becky Lynch, she gave the "why did you hit me" type of facial expression. Like, you getting abused, fight back, do something.
Right.
I think to your point, I think that did hurt her in the long run. I do think Tekla is disrespectfully low at 46. And again, maybe it's because she didn't have the national recognition or the North American recognition that she's getting now. So I expect her to be much higher. I think with Nia Jax too, I think, ending up in the top 15, outside the top 10 is about right. So I don't disagree with the list on that.
What number was Jade?
Just a moment. I did see her in there. Let me see.
And we will talk a lot about Jade in an upcoming segment, folks.
Let me type it in.
See that
she was number 53.
Oh,
53.
Okay, that's disrespectful.
I'd put her in the. I wouldn't put her that low. I wouldn't put her in the top 30, maybe, but not 53. That's
voting on this. The college football playoff prediction.
That's not 53 is a smack in the fucking face, man.
Maybe to be fair to the people that voted on this for PWI, and we do appreciate them putting this list out. Maybe it was because she was injured for a minute.
She was injured, and she was also involved in a lot of stupid stuff this year. I mean, I'll say that. But I mean, she was still in the mix. She was on television and she was doing stuff.
Had a great match at WrestleMania.
Yeah, all right at WrestleMania. I mean, she did her thing. I wouldn't, like I said, 53 is super low. I wouldn't, and maybe put, because I put her like right at 30. Maybe that's a little low too. But I'm still taking an account to all the just stupidity.
She didn't even make the top 50. That's like, come on, cuz.
Yeah. But and she's got next year to make it up.
Yeah.
All right. Well, keep in mind, and before I give my thoughts, keep in mind they always have the disclaimer that the PWI annual list is kayfabe based. And the criteria goes in-ring achievement, win-loss records, championships.
Yeah.
Number one.
The PWI, they could shut the fuck up with that. That's just stupid because they gave it to the Miz for number one that one year.
I knew Chris was coming back.
Yeah, like
the title, brother.
Yeah, like that you giving it to the Miz number one is just a smack in the face to everybody that's a decent wrestler.
Beat Cena at WrestleMania, brother.
Yeah.
Kris just said, yeah. It happened.
the Miz at number one is just, and they 1 year they gave it to, I think it was 97, they gave it to Dean Malenko at number one, which was kind of insane too, but he was putting on bangers.
I think that might have been the year where they were trying to get more like bell to bell based.
Right, yeah.
And I think after that they found kind of the happy medium for a while where it's like the entertainment plus the bell to bell.
Right, yeah, but the editor of the PWI 500, I was listening to him on one of the radio shows, and they did the Miz thing. They kind of admitted they did that shit to sell magazines, you know.
Controversy creates cash, cuz.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's controversy creating cash, and there's also the putting the Miz at number fucking one. Like,
that's a
come on, dude.
All publicity is good publicity.
I guess, man. Yeah. I mean, let's ask Diddy that, you know.
Damn.
Talk about a break.
And Jericho Cena, cuz where the button at?
Jericho Cena, yeah, where the button at, right?
I'm trying to find it. But
we have a button specifically for times like this, right?
Yes, I'm trying to find. I know I had it up here. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to add it next time.
Damn, did you forget to add the cuz button?
I had it, unless I put it in sounds. Oh, here we go. There we go. I had it under sounds. I forgot they got a different thing. Background music, but
yeah.
Okay. Keep in mind, and I think either Nate or Jay mentioned this, there is a particular cutoff period. So the period went from October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025. So I think that kind of just because Tekla was, I think she had just gotten with AEW like towards the beginning of the year or so.
Right, yeah.
And then she didn't get like
Tekla
the triangle
really blew up last month.
Running, until last month. So yeah, I see that as well. As far as those four people before we get to Moné, I think those are kind of respectable spots for them. I think again, based off the criteria, I think Nia Jax was always like in that that World Women's Championship picture, even after she lost to Tiffany Stratton. She was always kind of hovering around that world title picture. So I think that's a good spot for her around 13. I think Lyra could have been up maybe another spot or a couple spots more, but because I think those Becky Lynch matches were just awesome. All except the holds bar one, but that last one that they had.
Oh I had erased that match from my memory where Lyra. It was a handicap match. Not only did Lyra have to fight Becky, but Lyra had to fight the zip ties, brother.
Yeah. So other than that match, but they did have some bangers that pretty much stole the shows on whatever PLEs that they were on. So I think
I have another question, Ray, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
What number was Lash Legend and what number was Bianca Belair?
Ooh, pertinent questions.
Very pertinent questions. Let's see.
Lash Legend's part of my favorite tag team already, and they ain't even had no matches yet.
Don't get me started, man. When I saw them together, I was like, "Oh, that's money right there."
Bianca Belair is number 56.
Lash is 56.
No, Bianca Belair is 56.
Okay.
What? Come on, man.
She has been out for a little minute.
Lash Legend is number 73.
Lash is 73. Damn.
You're still in my gimmick, Jade.
Right.
No, I had to pull this.
I actually put Lash Legend higher than that. I wouldn't put her at 73.
Yeah, I think Lash should have been higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, is what it is.
Yeah, I think they had Jada Parker up in like the 50s or the 60s, and I think Jada Parker got like some big wins over Lash, and she was always like in that floating around in that NXT picture. What shocked me was that they had Io Sky number 6, which I'm like, she should have at least been number 3.
That's interesting. Well, okay, give us the top 5 real quick, Ray.
Top 5? All right. Unless Jay wants to do it. So we talked about our top 2, Moné and Timeless Toni Storm. Number 3, Saya Kimatani. So I believe from either
respect to her.
All right. Number 4, Tiffany Stratton. Number 5, Stephanie Vacquet.
Stephanie Vacquet.
Yeah.
Wow.
I ain't gonna front, and y'all can say I'm biased. I would have flip-flopped Io and Tiffany.
Yeah.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah.
Where was Rhea? Was Rhea in the top 10?
She was number 10. She was right on the line.
Oh, wow.
Well, how long has Bianca been out for to be number 56? Because I remember her at WrestleMania. I remember her at the Royal Rumble. I remember her at that pay-per-view where the Cena pay-per-view where he made the heel turn, right?
At Elimination Chamber. So
that was when Jade returned.
Yes, so 56 though, like
keep in mind, like right after Mania, she got hurt at Mania. She hurt her hand on her finger at Mania.
So that's half a year.
She was out ever since.
Okay, all right.
Got in that Joel Embiid ranking.
I know, right?
So yeah, she was making a good push. Had she have either won at WrestleMania or at least not gotten hurt, I think it would have been a good kind of story to tell, especially with Naomi and her, and so it would have been some good stories to tell. But of course, we know what's going on. And by the way, Naomi's number 9. By the way,
okay, good for her.
Yeah. I think she should be higher, but 9, I'll take that.
Man, I'll just go through the rest of the 10. 6 is Io Sky. 7 is Athena. 7 is Athena. 8 is Saray with 3 E's. 9 is Naomi and 10 is Rhea Ripley.
So is this? I don't know for a fact. Is this the most black women that's been in the top 10 in the PWI 250 for women?
That is a good question.
I think it might be because I don't remember there being this many sisters in the top 10 ever. Because I'm sure we would have been talking about that years ago if that was the case. Yeah,
I'm sure we've had 2. I don't think we've ever had 3.
Yeah, I'm sure we had 2. But anyway,
okay, might be.
But speaking of those wonderful black women in the PWI 250, what do you think about number 1, Ray Williams?
Well, and that's where we get our headline or our for today, our title for today's episode. What does it take to be number 1? Shout out to Nelly out there, even though you out here going to inauguration.
Because 2 is not a winner, and 3 nobody
remembers. Yes, indeed. So I think that it's well earned, well deserved. I call her the best women's wrestler in the world? Not necessarily. I still think that there's some great women's wrestlers out there. In my head, top of the list is Io Sky. But do I think that she brought great notoriety? Yes, my opinions have changed. I do think that she can be a superstar.
I mean,
now.
Look, if y'all heard the way this man Ray Williams was talking about Io Sky not more than 9 months ago, to hear him go from that man to the man today that says Io Sky is the best in the world, that's crazy, ladies and gentlemen. That's crazy.
No, I always thought that she had the talent, but I just thought that the WWE and the creative wasn't pushing her and wasn't using her strengths within her personality. Now I think that they're using that more to her advantage now, and so I think people are starting to see her personality come out a little bit more. So I'm glad, even though they always when you were talking about Bird Lady giving the "why you hit me" face. It's like doggone they want doggone EO Sky to have like the Oscar winning waterworks and crying every time Oscar turns on her. I'm like, come on, man. Well, I know you be crying. I know they're your best friends, and I know she's your mentor. You gotta be crying like that though. But when it goes back to Moné, I think just the star power that she brought when she came to AEW, and again, you can say what you will about her character and how, all right, is this really a change from what she was doing in WWE? I think there is a bit of a change, even though there's like still some similarities, especially with the moveset. But I think that she is kind of taking more control and more ownership, and that's why you see like the CEO come out. And I think that she is doing well. I know a lot of people have stuff to say about her ring work and how they think she's actually regressed. I think she's doing well. I think that she's doing well, and of course you're not you're only going to be judged with as well as the dance partners that you had, and she's had some decent dance partners. Sometimes she's had some hiccups, Dr. Britt Baker, for example, but she's always managed to kind of get more great matches out of people, even though those people are great within themselves. Her and Athena had a banger in the Bret Hart, or not Bret Hart, but the Owen Hart Invitationals. She had some great matches with the number 2, Timeless Tony Storm. She had some great matches with Kris Statlander, who we'll get to when we do our patented predictions. Tofu herself, as Nate has named it. So I think that she has, even though I'm not going to say that she took a step back with her ring work, I'm just going to say that, I think she's trying to rush some things when she first came through. But I think once she got her feet underneath her, especially once she got that TBS title firmly in her grasp, I think that she was able to do great work. Now, we won't talk too much about the failed partnership that she had with Camille Brickhouse, which I love. You tease me. You talk about Megan Bain. I do the Drake. We talked about Drake before. I do the Drake, the hotline link for Megan Bain, but when it comes to Camille, I was like, come on, Camille. So
that's that whole milk, cuz.
Yeah. I don't want the Megan, you that 2%. Now I want that whole milk. But yeah,
all the riboflavin.
And like you mentioned, Kris, I think that she's brought a ton of notoriety to all the different promotions that she's been to, and just like she's going all over the world. She's going through Scandinavia and going through Great Britain with the I think Rev Pro and all those belts. And so like just her having this schedule and being able to, like you said, Kris, come back every single Wednesday and sometimes Saturdays for those collisions. So
and quiet as kept. We talked a little bit earlier about your girl Stephanie Vakwe. I kind of think Mercedes helped to make Stephanie, at least to a lot of the North American audience, when they get this series of matches.
I agree with that. Like, how many women in wrestling have gone to a company and changed the trajectory of a whole division? Because say what you want about Mercedes, she did that in AEW. And this isn't taken away from the other women there, but her being in that division instantly gives that division like extra credibility. And there's not that many women in wrestling where their just sheer presence gives the division credibility, you know?
Yeah.
Indeed. All right. Oh, and let me get another button. And
Uh-oh.
hit.
Uh-oh. Put chat down.
Yes, indeed. Coming from Gordon Windfalls. Thank you, Gordon, for the $4.99 super chat. He says Bianca should have stayed undefeated at Mania. Paul, what do we do? Levesque, fumbling black talent as always, shaking my head.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, I don't know how. I mean, that's true. Like, I mean, and that's just like blacks in entertainment right there. You know, it's like this is just something that happens to us. It made no sense for Bianca Belair to lose at WrestleMania this year. And yes, it's a sucky thing, you know. I could go into a diatribe about this shit because I'm writing an article right now on just the stupidity of like MS now, you know, and HBO Max, then Max, now HBO Max again. You know, black talent isn't appreciated, you know, and Mercedes is a part of, not Mercedes, Bianca is a part of that chorus, and you know.
Enjoy the show, kid. Real quick, Ray, before we kind of pivot into the larger WWE or AEW topic, I need to know where one final person was on the PWI 250.
All right, lay it on me.
And that person, of course, is somebody who is the antithesis of everything that the BW 500 stands for, and that would be one Tessa Blanchard, brother.
Oh.
Did Tessa crack the top 250?
Not only did Tessa crack the top 250, Tessa cracked the top 100. She is number 92. 92. Right behind Indy Hartwell and right above Hina. Hina.
Okay.
So, yes.
I think most of that grade that she got was for that one entrance.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody love you out there, Tessa. I don't know. Maybe your daddy, your daddy love you.
Did Moose have votes on this one this year? Moose.
Oh well, we know Moose. When he talking about, I don't care about being in the BW 100. I just care about being an overall. So maybe he would have voted her in the dog on just a PW 500 together. I'm gonna limit to women. Shut up.
I think she did crack the men's PWI 500 that one year in TNA before she threw away her whole career.
Right, yeah.
But anyway, less said about Tessa, the better.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this A-Dubs, Ray, because not only do we have a show to predict, but we got a show to talk about, man, because as Jay mentioned, the pay-per-view on TV, on free, well, not free because you got to pay for cable unless you get it through nefarious means. But what we got from Blood and Guts this past week, fellas. Now, full disclosure, given my work schedule, there's a lot of nights where I come home at 7:30, 8:30, and AEW's on Wednesday. And I'm just like, I'll throw it on in the background, but I ain't really checking for it, Chris. I'm trying to get dinner.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, see what's going on with my folks and whatnot. See how my nieces are doing. Talk to my friends for a little bit. Unwind, decompress. See what's up with Nefarious. Check in with the team. But this past Wednesday, Chris, and this not to hurt your feelings, Ray Williams, but Ray Williams could have sent me a 911 message like, "Hey, something's going on. I need your help." And I'd have been like, "Ray, I'm gonna get to it after this Blood and Guts, cause this is entertainment." So let's talk for a little bit about AEW this past weekend, man, because I thought it was one of their best shows in a long time.
Yeah. Yes, and there's the AEW's their TV. Most of the time, I think it's hit, but sometimes it's miss. And I definitely think that show was a hit show. Outside of the blood and gut stuff, they had a lot of intriguing stuff going on that show. And I do think, and there was a lot of scuttle on my blue sky about, does this show need to be that violent and all that shit. And my thing is you do have to stand out in this media marketplace at the moment. I know that they've got a contract coming up, and I don't know if it's in a year, but soon they have to, and I think that they have to show they're not WWE, especially right now when WWE isn't really a hot product. And the problem with WWE not being a hot product is it kind of, just because they're the leader in the industry, it kind of brings down the other products, So if you're a company like AEW, you do not want to be brought down by WWE's lackluster shit. You got to do something. So that's one of the things I did like about the Wednesday show. Did it need to be that violent? I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, did Cherry Johnson need to turn me down the way she did in 2006? I mean, I don't know. It's just, it is what it is,
You could have been number 49. It's your loss, Cherry. Your loss.
You want more insight into the many lives and loves of Professor Kris Healy? Tune in to the Nefarious Media. We're going to start a new podcast series where Kris talks about all of his past relationships called 51st and Last Dates. But Jay, like you were the one that coined this a pay-per-view damn near. So what were your thoughts on what AEW gave us this past week?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the show. And I don't know if it was, at first I thought it was just me with recency bias, like, wow, this is a great show that they're putting on. The women it had the first match and they did their thing. They were extremely violent. I mean, doesn't have to be that violent. The name of the show is Blood and Guts. So
right, yeah.
Deliver the blood or a little bit of grotesque. And I'm not a deathmatch guy. But you have to deliver at least on the part,
I agree, Jarek. I mean, this is the thing. This has always been the knock against WWE, right? They'll have Hell in a Cell matches, and everybody comes out of it without a scratch, So yeah, I mean, sorry about that. I just had to get that.
You good. I just think that the women, honestly, they were creative. I had like no expectations of the show. I was gonna check it out just to see, how Jon Moxley was gonna make me cringe. That's what I really was gonna go into it.
Yeah.
I don't watch horror movies or anything like that, but I will watch a Jon Moxley in a cage match and see exactly what he does. So
how will John bleed?
There were no like dead spots in the show. I mean, even when they had Ricky the Dragon Steamboat come out and
talk about it, man. Talk about it.
Bro, when he came out, I was expecting number one, Ric Flair to come out because they announced it, but I guess he came out during one of the non-TV segments or whatever. So, but honestly, I think the show in totality, if that was an AEW pay-per-view, it delivered. I mean, they could have taken my money, right? So, I think that AEW has the hot product right now. I think the crowd was really behind all the performers did extremely well. The one like female performer that like really surprised me was Harley. What's her name? Harley Cameron.
Yeah.
She over delivered from what I've seen in her. She's awesome. She's gotten better. She's very entertaining, but she was like in there like really performing out. it was just a good match, a good creative match. It didn't seem like it was like the whole show was like 2.5 hours. It didn't seem like it. It just seemed like a very, very quick watch, even though it wasn't, you know. So going back to WWE's product, it's I say it every month, it's basura. Right now, it's not really it's skippable, it's missable, you know, and it's not really giving me those vibes of missing out, right? So like you know, there's the Survivor Series is supposed to come up and it's in San Diego, and that's a makeable trip for me.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna miss it. And
yeah, exactly.
I feel like going into it, there's really nothing that is making me want to be in person to see that show when I know. And most of the times, most of the pay-per-views that WWE has given us, it's been skippable. It's like, dude, I really wasted 3 hours, 4 hours for what could have been a Raw. And on the flip side, AEW gave us a show. It's like, dude, this could have been a pay-per-view. And I really, really enjoyed it. And I think a lot of other people feel the same way.
So I'll speak about Blood and Guts in a second, but to kind of counterpoint Jay real quick about, you know, this Survivor Series in San Diego, man. You know, San Diego, one of my favorite cities in the world. That stadium, one of my favorite baseball stadiums in the world. And let me just say, you know, I got a lot of religious friends. You know, I'm somebody who grew up a Christian my whole life, and you know, they always talk about going to the Holy Land. Got a lot of Muslim brothers and sisters, man. They talk about going to Mecca and whatnot. I ain't never had that kind of experience, Kris. But let me just say that if you were to give me tickets to Survivor Series in San Diego, the hometown of my beloved queen, to be in that arena when Lash and Smash, that's what I call them from now on, Lash and Smash, when they hoist up those women's tag team titles, I would have had a religious experience, brother. That's all I'm saying, fellas. That's all I'm saying. But yes, other than that, the product is a little basura. Jay Lacey.
It is. I mean, it's cool. I mean, because I mean, they do have like some things they present to you as like, okay, Cena winning the Intercontinental title. That was cool. Yeah, that was cool. But the rest of the show was very skippable. You know what I'm saying? And then on Friday, you got, you know, Matt Cardona, Zack Ryder coming back, which is cool. I like that. That's a good surprise. Didn't have that on my 2025 bingo card. But the rest of it's like, missable. But hopefully WWE does this, and I hope they team up Matt Cardona, LA Knight, and have the tag team called Knight Rider. That's all I want.
Okay. Okay.
That's all I want.
Okay. That's not
did they call him Matt Cardona or Zack Ryder?
Zack
Ryder. He even had a new T-shirt.
Okay. Oh, he did. Of course, he did.
Old T-shirt.
It's the old T-shirt, pretty much.
But yeah, I'd be down for that only if they could get the rights to the old Knight Rider TV theme song
and get David Hasselhoff out there.
Maybe I don't know what the Hoff is charging these days. Maybe they can get him out there. But when you talk about AEW Blood and Guts, man, I think it was just a great night of television, man. Like I said, like normally when I get home from work and I watch Dynamite, it's just kind of background music, background noise.
Yeah, same here.
But this one, man, I love the way they bookended the show with the two Blood and Guts matches, man. And as one of the commenters has said in the chat, Ray, I think the women's match did a great job of elevating everybody in that match, man. It was violent and visceral, and they had some unique spots in the match, man. And I thought everybody showed up and showed out. I thought, you know, Hangman and Powerhouse did their thing. I thought the men's Blood and Guts match did they damn thing, man. If I can go the rest of my life without ever seeing John Moxley rake a fork across somebody's back, I'll be good. I'm good with that spot, cuz. Right. But then, as you mentioned, like even the little stuff, like the segment with FTR and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, man. Like, even though Ricky, come on, brother. You even in your prime, you wasn't the best promo, Ricky. But I appreciated Ricky, old man Steamboat out here trying to come back on the mic, and it's like you ain't never been that dude in the first place, though, Rick. But then, just to see Kris, I know you can appreciate this, man. Us coming up watching NWA and WCW back in the day, man. Just seeing Ricky Steamboat at this age still out there throwing chops on folks, man. It was a good night, man. And so I think AEW does have look right there, that man Ricky Steamboat. He's the only wrestler who's not hard to understand. Ricky Steamboat, he's the family man, Kris.
Right, yeah.
As they said on W Slam Jam. But it just felt like a well-rounded night of wrestling television, man. And I think AEW, to your point, Kris, has been starting to fire on all cylinders, and it helps because the WWE is in a point right now where they feel a little bit stagnant, that AEW is sort of cranking things up, maybe getting to that next gear, if you will, Ray.
Indeed. But before we do go, I do want to give my quick thoughts. I thought that both Blood and Guts matches were great. I think you talk about Harley Cameron. I think that she is becoming a bigger and bigger personality on the show. First off, shout out to the women that couldn't participate due to injuries. That'd be Penelope Ford and Queen Aminata. I wish you ladies were able to get in there and get elevated as well, because they were along with this when these two sides were kind of warring during the end of the summer. So hopefully they get better soon. Jay, you talked about Harley Cameron. I think a standout from this match was Marina Shafir. This woman came out. She just showed an aura. The kids call it aura. Just pure mean. Like, we already know that her stock has climbed with her being pretty much the enforcer for the Death Riders. And I think that this show even more that they need to push her to the moon whenever they get the chance, because she just showed, no matter if you're bigger or if smaller, no matter what, like, she's going to beat the snot out you. Like, the way she went, like, she did the reverse blood sport. She ain't do the fist in the glass. She put her foot in the glass and then stomping Mina in the midsection. That was crazy. Now, the only thing that I'll say about these women matches, and I think it kind of goes throughout the history of AEW, I think that a lot of things get lost because a lot of people say that all of the best women's matches that they have are pretty much no holds barred matches. Like, if you want to talk the happy ending with Toni Storm and Blake Monroe, aka Mariah May. If you want to go back even further to Britt Baker versus Thunder Rosa with their matches. If you want to go to a tag match, I believe it was like a no holds barred tag match between Ty Conti and or Ty Mello and Anna Jay versus, I believe it was Willow and I believe it was Ruby Soho. Like, those matches are great, but I think that they're kind of pigeonholing the women, and you're not seeing a lot of women, like, other than we mentioned before with Mercedes Mone, with her getting in the ring and just proving that you could put on bangers without having to use all of that stuff, without having to use the bats and all and glass and tacks and stuff like that. You could still put on banger matches with people. I think a lot of that identity within the women's division has come through them having those hardcore matches. And I'm all for, like, women being equal. Like I watch women's MMA. If they want to punch each other in the face, let them punch each other. Show your aptitude, show your athleticism. But I also think that there's a way that you can have women also show that they're great athletes without having to do all that. So, but with that said, I still think that they put it all on the line, and doggone Sky Blues just bleeding buckets out there. and then you had the men's match, and I think you're really getting into a great story with Jon Moxley. And it's like, I know when he had the belt, people were like, I can't wait for this to be over. But now that you're seeing kind of like his downfall and kind of like him resorting to cowardice like every chance he gets, now that's intriguing, and I want to see how that ends up with the Death Riders. Like, is somebody going to usurp him? Is he going to fade into the sunset on his own? Is they finally going to go fishing? What's going to go on with Jon Moxley? I'm definitely intrigued, especially with him tapping out. This is like the third straight big match that he has either surrendered or tapped out in. So I'm really intrigued to see what happens next with the Death Riders now.
He was pretty chill on Collision last night.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I think that's probably telling a lot about his character work, and kind of like he's not as boisterous as he was before, because he's kind of like, I'm looking like I'm the weak link now.
Mhm.
So we'll see what happens with that. But brother Nate, you mentioned going on to another gear. Well, it seems like we're going to be going there a little sooner than usual, because Full Gear, AEW Full Gear, is coming up next Sunday, presented by DC Studios. And real quick before we get to the show, over under, and by the way, folks, don't bet on wrestling. Please don't bet on wrestling. But over under 1.5 appearances from a cast member from a DC Studios or DCU property. Do we see it?
So Ray, not to betray any confidences, but I spent the weekend talking with some of my favorite people that are connected to this world. Hung out with Emmanuel Classe and Chauncey Billups and them. Scary Terry rolled through, man. I was like, fellas, the Ray setting the over under at 1.5 appearances from DC characters or actors at Full Gear. What should I take? And Chauncey was like, take the over, dog. I'm like, how you know that, Chauncey? Just trust me, brother. Just trust me. Cash might be listening right now, so just trust me. So I'm gonna say
that's some conflicting information, because I talked to Gilbert Arenas.
Oh, okay. What Gil say? He said take the under.
He said take the under.
Oh Lord.
I think we get at least. I'm gonna go way over, Ray. I'm gonna say we get 3 appearances during the show.
From actual
like
cast
from actors
in the, because
actors
we're gonna get the commercials.
Yeah, we're gonna get commercials and stuff, but I'm talking about actually like in the arena, like not involved in any of the matches probably, but like just watching. I'm gonna say we get 3 actors that they show us, 1 for every hour and a half of this pay-per-view.
So David Cornsweat gonna be in the building?
Ooh,
or is that
the question? Like, who's going to be the biggest actor? Is it going to be? Are we going to get David Cornsweat? Are we going to get Superman? Are we going to get my man Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor? Or is it going to be more like Tim Meadows is here? He was in Peacemaker season 2. What up, dog?
Alan Tudyk up there in the skybox.
Yeah, Alan Tudyk played a robot in Superman. Dog from Superman.
It's the dog, Crypto. What up, Crypto? I'm Crypto, y'all.
That's what Chiron's gonna say. He's Crypto, y'all. You think we're gonna get any appearances from anybody associated with DC, Chris?
Nah, not right now. I think because the problem that you have with that is I don't think any of the DC actors in this Redux universe have any like name cachet to them. And if
there's only one, and he works for the other company,
right? Yeah. So if you bring anybody in like that, you want them to get like cheered and the fans to go crazy for him. I don't think the new Superman is that known yet, even though the movie did well. I just think you want to wait on that. Like if this was like back in the day when you had like, what's her name? The Wonder Woman girl.
Gal Gadot.
Yeah, Gal Gadot. Yeah, Gal Gadot.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine if Gal Gadot showed up to Full Gear and was on commentary with Tony Schiavone and them? Just like looking at Darby, like, Darby, no. Right. Don't jump, Darby, no.
Yeah, and of course, and if there was a way you could get like fucking Lisa Bonet's husband, yeah, of course, I definitely, of course, people would go crazy for that, but they have to.
Momoa?
Yeah, Jason Momoa.
Momoa, he is going to be in James Gunn's new DC universe. He just hadn't appeared yet.
Right, yeah, but if you could get him to show up on AEW, I think the fans would go crazy for that. I don't think there's anybody right now that you could get that kind of reaction to.
I think
Nicholas Hoult.
I was gonna say the only person outside of John Cena, obviously, who works for the other company, may be actually like James Gunn himself, if James Gunn were there.
Right, yeah. If you got James Gunn, because people do know who James Gunn is. Nicholas Hoult has a little bit of name.
Little bit.
Yeah, but there's no getting the guy from the kid from About a Boy to show up to AEW. Is it like, it's whatever, it's under for me.
Okay, so I go over, Kris goes under, you going under, Jay?
Yeah, I'm going under. I think there's more likely that you're going to get like an animated version of Harley Quinn showing up on camera before you get anybody live that's in the audience. I just don't think that, to Chris's point, that there's the name cachet or name value that's going to be in attendance. But I'm going to go under.
Okay, you asked the question, Ray. What's your vote?
I'm going to go slightly over. I think we're going to get 2 because not too long ago, we got appearances from the director and some of the stars of Queen of the Ring, and ain't nobody know what that movie was. So, or at least a few people knew what it was. So I think we're gonna get a couple. I think we're gonna get a couple appearances. I think you could spring a team to Meadows and get.
I think the biggest question is how many AEW wrestlers are gonna be decked out in DC themed gear.
See, and that's the one that was tricky for me because I was like, man, the Young Bucks probably gonna do something. Kenny Omega, he already did something with like Captain America before, even though he Canadian. So I think you're gonna get quite a few. And if Jade was still in AEW, she would.
Yeah. Something too. Mm-hmm. So, she dressed like Jade from Mortal Kombat that one year. And what's his Swerve did Static Shock.
Swerve did Static one year.
Yeah. He also did Mr. Terrific.
Yeah, the fair play.
Okay. What if Mr. Terrific show up at Full Gear?
Well, he's a little bit bigger, but he's a bigger star. Edie, what's his name? But he might show up. And that's the thing too. You want to get people that are fans, or at least kind of fans, or at least fans enough to fake it for 2 hours, which is like with something WWE, they don't really do a great job of checking that with people. It's like they just
love it if Edie came to the announcer area, Kris, and Shivani's trying to show Edie, like, everybody welcome Edie. He played Mr. Terrific and Superman. Edie, here's how you use your headphones. Get out of my way. Oh, god dang, Mr. Terrific. I know how to do
that. Yeah.
So in honor of Gal Gadot, it is time for one of our patented prediction segments. And Ray, we've got enough predictions to fill denial.
Indeed. So let's go ahead. No, Khalil. No. So briefly, I guess I'll go ahead and just quickly mention, because I know these are going to be, we talk about patented. These are the patented matches that Kris don't care about. And those will be the pregame the Saturday night pregame / tailgate brawl matches. So we're going to have a tag match between, well, I guess once rivals, now best friends. I don't know. We got Boom and Doom. We got Big Boom AJ and QT Marshall teaming up to go against RPG Vice. And we also have a 4-way. So this is the first match. The money is going to be on the line, and we're going to talk about the second one a little later on. But the first match is going to be a 4-way brawl with $200,000 on the line. We got Max Caster and Anthony Bowens teaming up together. It's a will they, won't they? Will they be together again? Will they scissor again? Will they not? But they're going to be together as a tag team going up against Big Bill and Brian Keith, going against the Bang Bang Gang, and going against the Outrunners with $200,000 on the line. So anybody care about either of these matches that will be on the pregame shows?
Look, at the first match, no shade to this man, even though it's gonna sound shade filled. But QT, I ain't really here for QT. No offense to Boom and Doom. So like the Boom and Doom is gonna win because you don't bring in the celebrity to lose.
True.
But that second match, it actually might be pretty good, even though a lot of people are probably gonna skip it. But I really like the Outrunners. I think they're a fun gimmick. I think Brian Keith and Big Bill are an underrated team, and then you got the Acclaimed back together. I think they've been telling a pretty good story, mostly on like Collision and stuff. Shout out to Kate from Montreal, but I think that could be a fun 4-way. And I say to prolong the storyline, I'll give it to the Acclaimed.
Yeah. I think so too. And yeah, like you said, you that celebrity match, you got to get the Rizzler out there. You got to get your boy Big Justice out there to get his spear on again, and then Big Boom AJ is going to have his hand raised. So
yeah, I give it to the Acclaim too, but I do think the Acclaim needs to start looking into talking to Triple H. Because I don't think that team is interesting in AEW anymore. I think they'll get interesting again. People will cheer the scissoring, and when it gets old again, they'll be back at square one. So I do think they probably need a fresh coat of paint in another company.
Interesting.
Wait a minute, Chris. You telling me you actually want black talents to talk to Triple H? I don't know.
Well, I my only rule.
Shawn Michaels first.
My only rule about talking to the other company is: have you done everything you could do in the company that you were in?
Yeah.
And I think the Acclaim and AEW has already done everything they could do. They're not gonna get singles pushes. That's just both of them failed. They weren't good singles pushes. So I think talking to giving Trips a call might be a decent option, or at least going to NXT, getting some of that CW money.
I think the move is to call Triple H and then ask for Sean's number. Like, honey, you got HBK's number, dog?
Yeah. I honestly, I'm not going to start any rumors because we do have to move on to other topics, but I don't know if Triple H is long for this WWE booking world. That's another topic for another day. But,
Scoop.
No scoop.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead on to what will presumably be the first match on the main card, or on the pay-per-view, I should say. Well, or at least one of the matches that'll be on the pay-per-view, or the first one that we study. Okay, let me stop talking. All right, let's go ahead.
It's a match on the show, Ray.
Eject those Cena.
So we got Darby Allin fresh off of his I Quit victory over Jon Moxley a few weeks ago, taking on presumably the new leader of the Death Riders. Who knows? Pac. The what did they call him? The troll face or the ugly face gremlin? I think he calls himself or something like that. I don't know why you would give that your own nickname, but we'll start with you, Brother Jay. What do you think? Pac against Darby Allin.
I really would like to see Pac go over. But I mean, we already know that Darby Allin is the project for 2026. I mean, he scaled Mount Everest. He beat John Moxley, tapped him out. And it seems like he's gonna go through all the Death Riders. So why not knock this one out and go over Pac? So I got Darby Allin winning, fresh off of being lit on fire through a table.
All right, Brother Kris, what say you?
Yeah, I got Darby, and there's not much more to say beyond that.
Gotcha. Brother Nate, who you got?
Yeah, I think it's Darby. It's going to be a hell of a match, though, and I do like Pac. Like, I think this is going to be a fun opener if this is the opener. But I think there is one thing Darby needs to say to me in particular, Ray Williams, and that is thank you, Nate. Thank you. Because while everybody else out here on these streets was blowing smoke up your hind parts, Darby, talking about, oh, how great you are, how courageous you are for climbing this mountain and doing all these things. There was one man, Ray Williams, who stood alone on his own mountain and said, Darby Allin, get your ass back to work. And see what happens when you come back to work and you put in the time and you put in the effort, Darby. You on a rocket ship now, brother, and that'll take you higher than any mountain ever could, young man. You're welcome.
Higher. All right, let me stop before we get struck for that one. I don't know, man. On the one hand, I think you're bringing back Pac. You want to kind of push him, but on the other hand, like you guys said, the rocket is being strapped, and who knows with Darby, it could be a literal rocket. That brother, he's like, I went to the top of the mountain. Now what's next? Hey, Elon, get me on a spaceship, put a rocket to my back. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Darby as well. I'm gonna go with Darby as well. All right, so that we're rounding up that match. We'll head on to the next match. So I don't know if any challengers have been announced for this. If you guys have any surprise predictions for this particular match, you could go ahead and make it known, because it'll be another casino battle or a casino gauntlet match. And this won't be with a contract on the line, but this will determine the new AEW inaugural AEW national champion. Another championship, another belt, as though they needed it. So we'll go in reverse order. Brother Nate, who you got?
TK, come on, man. Come on, brother. I thought we had gotten past this, so I thought we were consolidating belts now. Oh, we was streamlining stuff, TK, and now you just want to throw another belt on here, the national champion. Who the hell gonna be in the battle royal? Arch Manning, Julian Sand, Jeremiah Love,
Coach Brown,
Fernando Mendoza. See, y'all thought I was stuck on 3 college players. I gave you 4. Here's another Drew Aller. He ain't gonna win it. I don't know about this one, man. What is the purpose of this title is the kind of the question. Like, I think belts are cool. Like, it gives folks something to fight for in storyline. But what is the purpose of this belt? Like,
in my opinion, I do think AEW is gonna consolidate both companies going into 2026. I do think they're going to be belts exclusive to Dynamite and belts exclusive to the Collision. I think that's probably one of the reasons. That's the only reason I could think of.
You saying we're going back to in-school suspension, Kris?
Yeah, I'm just saying, because like to me, that's kind of been the slow direction they've been moving in for the last like 2 years. And I do think they're probably finally going to do it in 2026. So that's why I think that might be happening.
Okay, interesting. So do you think this is going to be a Collision exclusive eventually?
Yeah, I don't know which belts are going to be Collision exclusives, but I do think, this belt is going to be like, there's going to be some kind of storyline going into January where, there's going to be 2 shows. I mean, like the only reason why I think there should be 2 rosters in AEW is just because there's way too many wrestlers there. Just like in WWE, there's just way too many wrestlers there. And people get on AEW for having too much belts. WWE has a fucking ton of belts too. It's just their shows are a little bit more the belts are handled better because they're exclusive to shows. AEW, you don't know when you're going to see a champion. It's just not, there's no cohesion there. That's the simplest way to say it.
So that brings us back around to the question then, Ray. Who is going to win this Casino Gauntlet match to crown the first ever AEW national champion? And I'm just gonna throw names out there because that's literally all we can do, Ray. Ain't no people in the graphic, dog. So I'm just gonna throw a name out there.
That's pick
because you can either go with like somebody who's a veteran, but I don't know how much this helps a veteran or helps the title. You can go with somebody that's on the come up. You can go with somebody who's part of Jay's mid-card Marauders, that mid-card Mafia. I think though, if I'm trying to launch this title, give the title some prestige and give the person who's holding the title some shine, let's throw it on Powerhouse Hobbs. How about that?
That's a good pick. All right. Brother Kris, you mentioned Jim Cornette's pick. Elaborate for us, brother.
Yeah, I'm going with Bobby Lashley. I think
Bobby Lashley.
You don't sign a wrestler like Bobby Lashley unless you're gonna put him in the mix. Like, he's been the pick since CM Punk has left. Like Bobby Lashley's like YouTube videos that they posted for him when he was on his debut did 1 million+ views and stuff like that. People know who he is. He's an intimidating presence. He's a presence, period. He's just somebody that eyes are drawn to. So I think you got to give it to Lashley. And I do think the way you give it to Lashley is have him beat Powerhouse Hobbs and then start a feud between them and eventually have Lashley lose it to Powerhouse Hobbs.
Yes. I you know what, Ray? I'm not too proud to admit when somebody has a better idea. So I'm on Team Kris now, which tangentially makes me Team Jim Cornette, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. But yeah, I'm going with Kris's pick on this.
All right, we gotta have one. What is it? If he makes the rules, he can break the rules. All right. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead next. So you guys mentioned some good picks. And with you bringing up Bobby Lashley, Kris, that has me thinking a little bit about his stablemate Shelton Benjamin. I know he's been yearning for a singles title, so I think he's going to be my runner-up or my honorary pick or my honorable mention, if you will. But as far as my main pick, it's going to be a brother returning from Hollywood. He's going out there making movies. He's a former AEW Men's World Champion, a former AEW International Champion, and for a moment he switched it to being an American champion. So if anybody is best to be the AEW National Champion, it can only be one man with 3 names: Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF. I got him returning to win this casino gauntlet. I know he's won one before, but he wasn't able to pull the trigger and to cash in that contract. But I think he can come back once he's done. I think he was filming 2 different movies. He already finished up with that Happy Gilmore movie, and then I think he had like a second movie that he was on, and I think they might be wrapping up soon. So I think he's going to be back sooner rather than later. So MJF is my pick. Who you got, Jay?
I was going to go the Shelton Benjamin route, and everyone brought up some great points. I think that having Shelton up against Powerhouse Hobbs would be a good match as well. Any of those options would be good. But just to, shake the tree a little bit, I'm going to pick somebody who hasn't been on TV in a little bit. And that man is, you guys know he's my favorite wrestler, Kenny Omega. I'm going to go with Kenny Omega. I'm going to stand 10 toes down on that one. And the reason is because he's held every championship. Why not have him as your first national champion? And it brings name credibility to that title. It sets the tone for the title. So why not give it to Kenny Omega? So I'm locking it in.
A wide selection of answers on this one. I like it.
Very good. Yep. And I don't know, brother Jay. Once we get further on down the card, you might be changing your tune, but who knows? We'll see. But for now, you got Kenny Omega. All right. So let's go on to the next match that we have listed. So, is this it? Yeah. So you mentioned Kenny Omega. He is also involved in a trios match. Kenny Omega with, I was about to call them the Lucha Bros. The Jurassic Express. That's what they are. So Kenny Omega and the reunited Jurassic Express take on the Young Bucks and Josh Alexander. Young Bucks. Oh, this is the second match in which there's a bounty on the line. $1 million. We know the Young Bucks been the broke Bucks for quite a long while. They've been winning money matches here and there just to make ends meet. But now, brother, Don Callis is trying to recruit them into his family. So he's put them together with the likes of Josh Alexander with $1 million on the line. We'll start you, brother Kris. Who you got in this trios match?
I mean, I guess you can go with Jurassic Express, or who is it? In the
Jurassic
match,
Express and Kenny Omega versus Josh Alexander.
Yeah, because I think you got to go with them. I am kind of at my wit's end with the Don Callis family. Is they haven't really been. Like when I think of like good factions, I think of the Nation and DX and shit like that. And I just the Callis family is near the bottom of my list. Not saying they can't like do a 180 or not a 360, that not saying they can't fix this shit, but it's just,
at least they're not the Matt Hardy family office, dog.
That was the worst. That was the absolute worst. It's just the Don Callis family. I don't understand the roles of anybody in that group, like with the Heenan family. I knew Andre the Giant was the man in that, and Rick Rude was the man in that, that in the tag teams were the tag teams. And, now I just don't, with these people, I just don't know what their point is,
True. That makes sense. All right. We'll go with Brother Jay. Who you got?
Okay, I want to make a correction to my last pick. I didn't see it. And I got my glasses on too, which is crazy. So I'm going to Shelton Benjamin, man.
Okay.
I'm going to stand 10 toes down on that pick. Lock it in. But for the $1 million match, I have to go with Kenny Omega on this one.
10 toes down, Jay.
Right. You know,
10 toes
again,
down.
going back to the whole Don Callis family, at least they're not the Nightmare Collective. Okay, so
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the story that the Young Bucks are telling with their redemption arc is pretty interesting. So we'll see what happens with that match. But I think the Jurassic Express is going to go over with Kenny Omega and finally get Jack Perry out of that short school bus that he's been riding along in.
Wow, short school bus.
I mean, that's literally what it is, right?
It's a regular size school bus.
It's a magic school bus.
Is it?
It's a
Like a Heidi bus. I mean, it looked like a short school bus.
Okay.
It's a role he is comfortable in, and they should just leave well enough alone with that guy.
Go make modifications or weld something else. I don't know.
Right.
All right, brother Nate, who you got in the trios match?
All right. So first of all, this is going to be a good match, man. This is going to be a fun match. I much like Jay, I do kind of like where they're going with the Bucks redemption story right now. But here's the thing. All right. So we all know the saga of the Broke Bucks. This is $1 million match, right? That sounds great, Ray, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody would love to have $1 million, man. You know, if you could just have $1 million and spend it on your friends and your family, or perhaps your favorite podcast network, patreon.com/Serious Media Network. But let's break this down a little bit. This ain't postonomics. This is just economic, folks. Because you got 3 people on this team splitting $1 million. Oh, wait, Jay, splitting $500,000. Have to take half off for taxes. Take Canadian tariffs into that equation. And you might be lucky, Nick. You might be lucky, Matt, to have $150,000 after this. You're already in debt, so you got to get out of that hole. By the time you pay off everybody you owe, you might have $100 in the bank, man. It's because I'm sure that interest has compiled on the people that you owe money to, Young Bucks. So you come out of this match, you done fought all these people. You done fought a dinosaur that is alive in 2025 for some reason. You done fought this jungle boy riding around on this bus that is of indeterminate size. You done fought this man, Kenny Omega, Jay Lacey's favorite professional wrestler in the world today, ladies and gentlemen. And you end up with $100,000, man. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. Not when you compare it to the story of what happens if the Bucks lose this match, Ray Williams. And that's more struggle and adversity that they have to overcome. And that's why I'm going with Jay Lacey's pick and going with Team Omega here. And we'll see what happens with the Broke Bucks, man.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I'm the last one. I'm gonna go on the opposite end. I'm gonna go with the Broke Bucks because I think you're still telling a good story. I know, Chris. I know you're not hype on the Don Callis family, and they did have a particular member who was supposed to break out for him. I don't know where that brother has been. I don't know what happened to him. He was on TV one night, and then they never mentioned him the next night. I don't know what happened to him. K, where are you? Don't dare stop. But I think they're telling a good story where
they say no Aki.
I don't know. So but I think there are telling a kind of compelling story as to whether they want to, because we know that they were kind of bad. They were bad guys before, but they were more like annoying and like conniving. But I think even the Young Bucks know if we side with Don Callis, like we really turning over, like we get into some evil. Like this brother is evil. So I think you're kind of telling that morality tale with them, and also with Kenny Omega still being kind of related to them formerly as part of the Elite. So I think you can still tell a story there. you're still telling the story with Jack Perry, who seems to be like he felt as though he was scapegoated again, kind of kicked out of the elite. And so I think you are telling a good story with like the fallen remnants of the elite and what will the Bucks do. And so I think they get the win, but I think it'll be under nefarious means due to the Don Callis family. And I think that the Bucks are going to be questioning themselves as to whether they should still align themselves with this man. And so I think it's going to come to a head either at World's End or probably going into the next year.
Okay. Follow-up question, Ray. Do you think Don Callis finds a way to swindle more money than he should for his side of the team?
No, I think it's going to be the opposite. I think he's going to be like, hey, you guys can have this much money. See, that's how we do in the family, like to lure him in. And then once he has his hooks in him, then that's when he's going to start taking advantage of it. Like that's a similar thing to what he did with Kenny Omega. And you could tell that story too. Like Kenny Omega is like, I know Don. This is my literal family. Like I've known him since I was a kid. And he's always been a snake. Like sometimes he's been my snake for me, and then other times he's bit me in the back and stabbed me in the back one too many times. So I know what this man is capable of. So I think they can tell that story if they choose to tell that story in a compelling fashion. So
okay,
we'll see. All right, let's move on to the next match. All right, so who we got? Oh, we got the TNT Championship on the line. The Proto Star, Kyle Fletcher, defending it in a no DQ match against, I'm about to call him Jay, Mark Briscoe. Rest in peace, Jay. Mark Briscoe. So let's start. I'll start this one off. I kind of been going back and forth with this because on the one hand, I know we've been saying it depending on the champions before, like, oh man, they haven't even begun to get their feet on the ground with the championship. They haven't begun to start showing their potential as being a world or a main event star. Like they need to have the championship for a little bit longer. So that's the kind of dilemma I'm in with Kyle. Like I feel like he should have the title for as long as he possibly can to continue to establish himself as being, if he's not number one right now, that he needs to be considered as being number one in the near future. But on the other hand, y'all been beating this poor man, Mark Briscoe. So you give him crumbs every little bit. Like you got him a dub over MJF in that tables and thumbtacks match, but it's like then you got him back to losing. It's like he's got a respectable name to where if you beat him, that you do get some prestige, but it's like, man, when is this brother going to win? Like he won the ROH title, and that was a big accomplishment for him. But when is this brother going to start winning titles on the main roster, so to speak? And so I'm kind of torn, man. I'm just gonna go with Kyle. I think he's still got some ways to show, like he's showing that he could have the skill within the ring, and he's showing that he's building that charisma and he's building that ability on the microphone. So I think you can have a good long reign with him. So that's who I got. Brother Jay, who you got?
Kyle Fletcher winning, no question about it. I think that Mark Briscoe is a great talent, and they're gonna have a good match. Mark Briscoe typically has good matches, but the project is the youth movement, which is Kyle Fletcher, and he's been having an incredible 2025. So I don't see him dropping the title to Mark Briscoe. I don't see him dropping the title anytime soon because I think he's going to be world champion within the next 18 months. And I think they're going to get us used to seeing him having these type of showcase matches. So again, I doubted Mark Briscoe, last time, and he actually pulled the W out against MJF. So wouldn't surprise me if he won, but I don't foresee that happening this time.
Oh, hold on. Before I go any further, I'm gonna pull a Nate because I didn't catch this in the fine print. It says if Fletcher wins, Briscoe joins the Don Callis family.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm switching my pick. Mark Briscoe. Brother Kris, who you got?
I do think Mark Briscoe is gonna take the title from Kyle Fletcher eventually, just not this month. I think it's gonna be Kyle Fletcher. I think with him, you kind of want him winning as many different kinds of matches as you can win with him. They're gonna do a stupid fucking slave angle with Mark Briscoe. I don't like that shit ever, but it's wrestling and it's how they get down. I think Kyle is winning it.
Be like, carry my bags, boy. Damn, you could call him boy. He ain't. He's one of them boys, but not us boys. But them boys. Brother Nate, we'll wrap it off with you. Who you got?
Yeah, this is one of the most controversial matches on the card. I got a lot of different advice. Chauncey was telling me Kyle Fletcher was plus 350. But Scary Terry was all in on Mark Briscoe though. But here's the thing:
don't let Damon Jones get you caught up.
Yeah, Damon wasn't around for some reason. I was like, where is DJ? I don't know why Scary Terry kept asking me if I was wearing a wire though. I was like, come on, brother. You think it's a Donnie Brasco situation? Right. But I think when you look at this match, there's a lot of factors that could weigh into it, where we're looking at Mark Briscoe and the connection he has with the audience. And one of these days, you do have to kind of pull the trigger on the main roster with him for one of these multiple titles that they have. But then to Jay's point, they are trying to stress this youth movement. But then again, what does the TNT title mean, as Kris alludes to, if we're starting to get more clearly defined lines between these shows? Like, does a TNT title take precedence over a national title? Like, these are questions that I think we can all ask, but I'll go back to Occam's razor, Kris, which is the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. And it's that Kyle Fletcher is hot right now. I think the company is behind him. TK is certainly behind him. And this is going to be a hell of a match. I think Briscoe might eventually be the one to take the title from Fletcher after we go through this ridiculous slave angle that is impending. But Fletcher's going to win, and we get 3 months of Mark Briscoe in the damn Don Callis family.
Man, so we're gonna have what? If it goes as if you guys are thinking, so we might get the Bucks in the Callis family, and we'll get Mark Briscoe as the
John and Wade's heads are gonna explode the next time we get a full screen shot of the Callis family. They got to count the members again.
Right, with that one. Panorama on that one.
Yeah. That's not gonna. All the Callis family members aren't gonna fit on the vertical display.
All right, so let's go on to some tag team action. So for the AEW Tag Team Championships, we got Brodito, that's Bandito, and Brody King versus FTR. So we're going to reverse order. Brother Nate, who you got?
So low key, this might end up stealing the show. I think it's going to be a hell of a match, man. Like, again, FTR is on a good run right now as these chicken bleep heels, man, very reminiscent of their heroes, the Midnight Express. And we've even got Black Jim Cornette in Stokely. And I think that act is amazing together.
Mm-hmm.
I like Brodito, man. Like, if you remember when they won the titles, like when we did that prediction show, very few of us gave them any chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
But they've done a good job with these belts. But I think now it's time to have the division kind of coalesce around chasing these cowardly heels in FTR. And so I'm going to go with FTR and Stokely getting the belts, but Stokes still gets no hose, and that's how they leave Full Gear.
Indeed. Brother Kris, who you got?
I'm tempted to go with FTR, but I'm gonna go with Brodito. I still don't think they are that established just yet, and FTR is with Stokely. I think when they get the belts, if it is this month, they're gonna it's gonna be a hilarious and great run. So, but I'm gonna go with Brodito for now.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go ahead next. I'm gonna go with FTR too with Nate. I think there's still some unfinished business with the Patriarch and with a certain gentleman who's going off to help some family, or we might see him pop up in December somewhere, but maybe in the next year we might have somebody who's willing to cope with going after those tag team championships at the beginning of next year.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so I think FTR can win it now. Like you, Nate, I do believe that Bandito has shown that they're a capable tag team and that they're more than capable of handling stuff by themselves. They become, for them being kind of like a smushed together tag team, they're working out great together. And so I think like, you can always put the belts on them again, but I think in order to kind of go through with the story with FTR, and again, I think we haven't seen Christian in a while. We haven't seen Cope in a while. I think they're going to make their revenge coming up in the next year, in about a month or so, in about a month or two. So I got FTR winning. Jay, wrap us up, brother. Who you got?
You guys all make great arguments. I did have FTR winning, but I think it's too early to have Cope come back from going away right now.
Well,
so I think you can probably do it maybe at like World's End or something like that. I think it's too early. I mean, if they were to come back right now, it wouldn't really mean too much, because what are you going to do with Brodito? I mean, after you get the belts off of them, where do they go from there? Do they go back to being single stars? Do they go back to chasing a tag division that's starting to get a little bit congested? I think Brodito, it's I'm going to go FTR. I'm talking myself in and out of that having to win. So I'm just going to go on my gut, and I'm just going to say FTR for the win.
I was like,
I think I'm
going to pick this team. Not so fast, my friend.
I think I'm going with FTR also, because I forgot about Edge.
What do you think, Kris?
What's that? You hear me?
Nate, you still here?
So a clean sweep for FTR.
Yeah, I'm going with FTR.
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Cool. All right, so let's move on to the next match. Oh, we were talking about this, sister, at the top of the hour, or at the top of the broadcast, I should say. Not an hour. We've been in for 2 right now. Time check, y'all. 2 hours has been so far. So we got our sister, the TBS champion, Mercedes Mone, taking a second crack. at the AEW Women's World Championship, and she's facing on against that always versatile tofu named Kris Statlander. So let's go ahead with brother Jay. Let's start with you, brother. Who you got?
Is this Kris Statlander's first title defense?
Ooh, that is a good question.
It's her second, isn't it?
It's her second, yeah, because I think she defended it 1-on-1 against Tony.
Okay. So I'm going with Mercedes Mone for the win. I don't think they're going to do her like they did Mike Santana over in TNA. Wink. I think that, Mercedes Mone's story arc with the AEW Women's Championship, she couldn't get over the hurdle of beating Timeless Tony Storm. Rewind, Kris Statlander beats she pins Tony Storm and then beats her 1-on-1, and now Mercedes can beat Kris Statlander. So eventually they're going to be I can see him setting up a triple threat match with all three, because each one beat the other one, So I could see Mercedes Mone collecting belt number 14 to add to the collection.
All right. And I think she already got 14 because she won one belt at House of Glory either last night or a couple nights before. So she already, who knows how many she'll be on if she wins next Saturday.
She might be on 27 by the time.
Probably.
By the time she come around. So, but I think she added another one to her collection, and the female Thanos of the AEW universe is coming to collect.
Indeed. We need to open up a promotion so she could win a belt. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go next. I'm gonna also go with Monet. I think it's about time. I love Kris Statlander. I love the work that she does. Only thing that gives me hesitance is that this will be the third straight time that Monet beats Kris Statlander. They faced each other twice for the TBS title. Monet's won both times. But I think you can tell more of a story with, again, the belt collector, a.k.a. Ulta Moné, a.k.a. Thanos, a.k.a. Mercedes. So go ahead, brother Kris.
Yeah, last month I picked Kris Statlander to win. Things change, it's just like a marriage or a relationship. You mean what you say when you say what you mean in the beginning. It is what it is, but circumstances change. People grow apart, and I think with this, just because I do think Mercedes is hot outside of AEW. She's doing the talk show circuit, and she doesn't just do the talk show circuit. She's good at media, which is not something you could say about every wrestler. There have been a lot of wrestlers who just haven't been good at media. Mercedes is, and I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense not to go with the hot hand. So I'm going to have to change my mind again, just like a divorced couple, change my mind. And I'm going to have to go with Mercedes. She's having a moment right now. And I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to fuck with something like that.
All right. And we'll end off on this match with you, brother Nate. Who you got?
All right, Ray Williams. We got Mercedes Mone versus our girl Tofu Tammy, a.k.a. Kris Statlander. Now, I just want you to do one thing for me, fellas, if you can. Look at this poster.
Posternomics.
And I want you to focus on one thing in particular, and that is the hair of Mercedes Mone, okay? So you notice it goes from brown or auburn to more of a red at the bottom, okay? That hairstyle, Jay, is called an ombre. Hombres used to fight in the Wild Wild West. Okay. Kool Moe Dee had a hit song that Kris remembers called The Wild Wild West. Okay. Will Smith had a hit movie, Follow Me, Ray Williams, called Wild Wild West. Okay.
Did you say hit movie called Wild Wild West?
I mean, that's debatable, Kris, but it was a big movie. It was a big movie back in the day.
Yeah. He had a hit song called Wild Wild West.
He did have a hit song called Wild Wild West, which featured Kool Moe Dee and Cisco for some reason.
Shout out to Cisco.
Now,
hey, Cisco made that song. Come on, man. We're going straight. That wouldn't be a good song if Cisco wasn't in it. Come on.
now, when we think about all of these Wild Wild West, Kris, okay, Will Smith's other hit movie, Wild Wild West is debatable, was a film called Independence Day. I think you see where I'm going with this, fella. Because in Independence Day, a cocky, arrogant fighter pilot takes down a group of aliens, right? Circle to Full Gear, and we have a cocky, arrogant, belt-collecting champion taking down an alien, Kris Statlander. Her nickname is Stat. She will become a statistic at Full Gear as she calls Love of Moné. And this has been Post-Knowledge. Flip it, Ray.
Yes, indeed.
The Wild Wild West slander, Kris. You didn't like that movie, man.
I'm fine with it. You gotta put things in perspective. He turned down the Matrix to do Wild West.
He did. We all make choices in life,
right?
I saw that in the theaters too. That was a choice I made.
I saw it in the theater too. I saw it in the theater too.
Wild West, Jim West, Desperado.
Yeah.
Did not see that in the theaters. I can safely say I did not even see that movie.
The movie most famous for, besides that song and besides Will Smith, having the mechanical spider that Kevin Smith said the director always wanted to get into the Superman movie with Nick Cage that they were supposed to make back in the day. And when that movie didn't get made, he kept the mechanical spider around to put in Wild Wild West. And somewhere, not in the theaters, but somewhere, a young girl watched that movie, Ray Williams, and she grew up into a spider lady. So thank you, Wild Wild West, for inspiring Tekla.
Wow. Some girl in Austria was like, you know what?
That wasn't a good Austrian accent. I ain't never spoke to nobody from Austria, y'all.
All right. So with that, we're gonna go ahead.
Did we all go for Mercedes on that one?
I think so.
Clean sweep.
Clean sweep. Just like FDR. All right. And with the final match on the card, we have our reigning, defending AEW Men's World Champion, Hangman Adam Page, a.k.a. Cowboy Bob Orton, a.k.a. Cowboy James Storm, against Samoa Joe, locked inside of a steel cage. Who you got, Brother Nate?
Woo, Ray Williams. You telling me in 2025, you giving me the outlaw Stan Hansen versus Rikishi Fatu in a steel cage on pay-per-view?
Samoan Joseph. Yep. Joe
man, this is gonna be a hell of a match, dog. It's gonna be a hell of a match. We talked, I think last month about how much all of us appreciate Samoa Joe and his work over the years, man. I talked with Kate from Montreal a couple of weeks ago on Collision Course about how good do you have to be to turn the entire ops group heel? and credible heels when we all wanted to cheer these dudes. And so a lot of credit goes to Joe and them boys, man.
Yeah.
But as much love as I have for Samoa Joe, a gentleman who is in one of my top 5 matches of all time, and that is, of course, is the 3-way from Unbreakable with AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels. Like, that's one of my top 5 matches of all time to this day, Jay. To this day. With all that being said, man, it ain't nothing but cowboy shit, bro. It ain't nothing but cowboy shit, bro. Like I get from a storyline perspective, you want to shake things up, man, but I feel like this second Hangman run has been just as enjoyable, maybe even more so, Kris. You know, we can debate about that,
right,
but I think it's been as good or better than his first run, and I don't think it's time to kind of pull the plug on it just yet.
Yeah, I agree. I'm actually going to go a little bit further and say I think this second run has been way better than the first run. I think this run has been the run that's established Hangman as the face of AEW for now. This is not an easy pick for me because I do think there is some merit in putting the in giving Samoa Joe the title. I think you can make a lot of sound, logical arguments to put the belt on Samoa Joe. I do think Hangman is another one like Mercedes that's having a moment. And I don't think it could be interrupted right now. I think with Samoa Joe, they could run it back 3 times in a row if they want to, but I think with Samoa Joe, maybe put him in something else right now, and then have Hangman beat up a couple more jabronis, and then he can lose the belt like in April or May. I think he needs to hold on to that for a while.
All right. Well, I can see what you guys are putting down. We have seen Hangman work his way through the ops. We saw him pick up a big win against Powerhouse Hobbs on Wednesday. We saw him pick up a win against Katsuyori Shibata on this past Collision. So, and for those who are not familiar, who don't join us for Nefarious Media Network and on our always fun live watches, I have a thing where I kind of misspoke it before, but now it's become a running theme, and now I'm gonna introduce it to you all here on the Post Network, on Post Wrestling Network, and it is Two-Way Ray's insurmountable pick of the day. I got Hangman Adam Page. It's a lot. You can't surmount it, Joe. It cannot be surmounted. It is a lock. I got Hangman.
Wow. Hold on, Ray. Hold on. You ain't just gonna tootsie slide your way up out of this, man. We gotta stay here for a while and give Ray some props for the graphics, the sound effects.
Bravo.
Hit it with it one more time. Two-Way Ray's insurmountable lock of the week. Bam. Woo! Look at that. Can your producer do that?
And thank you, Brother Jay. You actually inspired it on one of our other live watches. So thank you, brother.
I feel like Dame Dash on the Champions remix after Kanye's verse. That's my producer. My producer's spitting better than half of y'all rappers.
That's hilarious.
That bravo, Ray. Bravo. I know we give you a lot of grief, but that was well done, sir.
Thank you. Now follow that, Jay. Follow that now.
You did kind of big time, you Jay.
Challenge accepted.
My bad, brother.
Jay said, I got graphics too.
Watch this. Well, my pick for this main event, JBL versus Big Bronson Reed. I got I got Hangman Adam Page going over because to Chris's point, this is Hangman's, this is his era. I mean, his championship reign this time has been what it should have been the first time, in my opinion.
Right.
I think he understands who the cowboy character is this time. He understands the championship the championship aura that he's supposed to bring every time he gets on camera, and I think he's playing well into that. Samoa Joe, I bet on him last time. No, I didn't bet on him, but I picked him last time.
Hanging out there with Gilbert Arenas.
Exactly, right? I picked him last time, and you let me down, son. So I'm not, fool me once, shame on me. So I'm gonna go with the Cowboy. I think his reign is going to continue on. I think Samoa Joe is going to. He's again. If we have another 5, 6, 7 of these Hangman Samoa Joe matches, they're all going to be bangers. They're all going to be different. They're all going to set a different type of tone towards the match. I think in the steel cage, Hangman, at least with the story that he's been telling the last couple of years, especially with Swerve, is that the more brutal, the more violent the match, the better the better character that's going to come out with Adam Page. So with that, I hate to say it, I love Samoa Joe, but I think he's gonna eat the L again, and that's gonna end the show.
Okay. Clean sweep for Hangman, clean sweep for Mercedes, clean sweep for FTR. We'll see if those predictions come to fruition, fellas.
Indeed, we shall see.
I think, Ray, I want to switch up the format a little bit, because we were gonna head over to the Fed, and I'm talking when I say the Fed, I'm talking about the WWE, not you, Cash Patel. Quit listening. To Cash Patel Records taking over for the 99 and the 2000s. But to paraphrase Ray from I think one of Ray's first episodes here at the NWA podcast, if you don't like what we're saying, you can leave.
You can leave, Cash Patel. You ain't got to come back.
The one time I'll agree with that, Ray. Cash Patel, you can leave. Stop watching. But we were going to talk WWE, and we will. But I think, Ray, we had a nice long talk about AEW and Mercedes Mone and a lot of what they got going on right now. I think it's time to take a minute, take a pause for the cause, Ray, and have a little moment of introspection, a little moment of reflection, Chris, Jay, audience, because it's time once again for the Motown Minute presented by the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
Hey, all you cool cats and hot mamas. Once again, it's time for the hippest trip in pro wrestling. It's the Motown Minute presented by the NWA Podcast. Can you dig it? Right on.
Woo! Woo! We got production for days out here. Y'all don't know. All right, so this Motown Minute, it also takes us deeper into our very first Motown Minute, where we talked about Rockwell and how Rockwell was the son of Motown founder and president Berry Gordy. Well, the Gordy family was involved with a lot of artists, both professionally and personally. And the Motown Minute this week, Ray, is dedicated to one of the pettiest things in the history of Motown Records. Samoa Joe, we just talked about him, is a very petty wrestler. Kris, the good professor, even though I love him, he can be petty at times. Marcus Vandenberg, the light-skinned, the beige forefather out there, he says petty never sleeps. If Marcus was a president, he'd be Petty Roosevelt, if you will. But one of the pettiest things to ever happen in Motown music happened in 1978, and it involves Marvin Gaye, Marvin Gaye's ex-wife, and a financial dispute. So everybody know Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye, one of the greatest singers in the history of music. So many hits. What's Going On? Got to Give It Up. Sexual Healing. I know Ray like to throw that one on. A glass of milk and cookies and some Marvin Gaye. It's a night. It's a night, ladies and gentlemen. But Marvin Gaye was married to a woman named Anna J. Not Anna J, but Anna, comma J. Like that would have been a hell of a Motown minute. Like, did you know Marvin Gaye and Anna J was married? But no, Marvin Gaye was married to a woman named Anna. Anna's last name, I think Kris knows this, was Anna Gordy, daughter of Motown founder Berry Gordy. And they had a very tumultuous kind of breakup. They ended up getting divorced, and Anna sued Marvin for alimony and child support and, other money to kind of support her lifestyle while she was raising their child apart from Marvin. And Marvin was kind of going back and forth. He didn't want to pay. And so finally the solution they came up with was, because Marvin was under contract to Motown Records, the very next record he produced, all of the proceeds, or the majority of the proceeds, would go to Anna as a way to pay off the debt that Marvin had accrued. And so Marvin Gaye basically created his weirdest, most sad, and just kind of like Kris been there 49 times. I've been there a time or two in my life. The most, you remember that episode of Martin, Kris, where Martin was like in the Lonely Man's Club?
Yeah, I remember that.
Marvin Gaye was the owner of the Lonely Man's Club, because this was a lonely man. Like, this must have been the album Future's parents played for him when Future was born, because all of this sadness and introspection with a slight tinge of misogyny in certain places was evident in this album. I love the album. It's really weird. But the thing was, Marvin was like, I'm just going to make an album about how I feel right now. I don't care if it's good. I don't care if people like it. And the name of the album is going to be called Here, My Dear. Like, here. Like, damn. You want this money? Here. Get the money off of this record. And the record did not do well at all. Like, it wasn't a bomb. It wasn't a flop. It just wasn't one of Marvin's biggest hits. And so Anna took the money from that record, and she did not like the record at all. She was like, Marvin's talking about this woman he in a relationship with. Everybody know he talking about Anna. And Anna did not like the record at all. She thought it was invasive to their privacy. She wasn't happy with the money that it made. But eventually she grew to like the album. She was like, it was a really deep, introspective record that Marvin made. I wish he would have made a little bit more money, though. And so that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is the story of the most pettiest album in Motown history, a collection of drunk and other substances we ain't going to talk about, heartbreaking, melancholy songs that Marvin Gaye threw out there just so he could pay off his ex-wife and get out from under that financial debt. That is the story of Here, My Dear, and that is the Motown Minute. Kris, did you know about that record?
I knew about the record. I didn't know about the story attached to it. Heard some things, like Marvin. I'm a Marvin Gaye-ologist, but that one was a new one for me to hear.
Yeah, like I heard that story like years ago, and I was like obviously, Kris, I ain't never gonna be no Marvin Gaye. Mm-hmm. But in that instance, I feel like me and Marvin Gaye was kind of eye to eye, because if I had gone through the same thing, I would have put out some basura and be like, yeah, whatever money you get from this, that's what you gonna get. That's what we agreed to, right?
Right. Yeah.
And the whole time, Anna Gordy just sitting in the courtroom talking about what's going on. What's going on? But yeah, it's crazy though, because like the more you kind of look into Motown, Jay, you see like everybody is dating everybody. Everybody got relationships and friendships with everybody. We had brother cousins the first time, man. Motown, wild, brother.
The brother cousin is crazy.
Yeah.
So
and Randy and Jermaine were, I don't know if they ever even made up after that.
Damn.
Because Jermaine is the one that got with Randy's wife. And Randy is a MAGA anyway, though. So
Randy Jackson is MAGA?
Yeah. That's why Janet Jackson said that stuff a few years ago, because they said that Randy Jackson had an influence over her career. Do you remember that over the summer, or not the summer last year, where she was saying, "Is Kamala Harris even black?" Yeah,
right.
What?
That came from Randy Jackson, because Randy Jackson is a hardcore mag, and if you go to his Instagram page, he's got all kinds of fuckery on it. But he was the worst Jackson anyway, so I mean, who cares? I mean, LaToya is better than Randy, so I mean, yeah.
You look, and the whole time Tito just sitting like, "Hey, everything's coming up Tito, because the worse y'all is, the higher I
To me, Tito was to me, Tito was the best. I always,
even though
Tito, for me, Tito was the best because he did so many versatile things, and he never got the credit that he deserved for his musicology. You know, I thought that and people used to say talk about being Tito like it was an insult, you know, but Tito was the guy, man.
They talk about Tito like people talk about Ringo and the Beatles. It's like, yo, he's Tito though.
Right, yeah. So that was, you know, so RIP to Tito, but Tito was but Randy is definitely the worst out of the Jacksons.
Randy is the worst Jackson. We put that debate to bed. So good night to all the Jacksons except for you, Randy. LaToya is better than Randy at this point. But no, Motown is wild. That's why each and every month we gonna talk. We got a minute. What's up, Ray?
All right, so we got 2 super chats.
Okay,
from the previous third
from Randy Jackson.
Those don't unflies. No, not Rand. I think once he hears this podcast, he's not gonna want anything to do. We told Cash to get away, and now he's like, "Well, you ain't even gotta tell me not to listen."
Right? You gonna talk about my boy Cash?
Randy's like, "Stop the love you save may be your own, brother."
But we do have 2 super chats from the third best co-host on Eagles Don't Hunt Flies, our
Great
boy
podcast.
Brandon from New Jersey. All right, so he says, just curious, is Anna J part Dominican or something? Because man, Ray, that milk looks healthy. Thank you for that $4.99 super chat. And then
look, Brandon, don't take advantage of the super chats, man.
Responsibly.
Come on, man. We said we'll answer all the super chats, but we know you and you know us, man. Don't do that, dude.
Great super chat comes great responsibility, Brandon.
He asked me if it's horchata. That's crazy.
He does make up for it, though. You said super chat responsibly. He says, on a serious note, the show has been healing for the homie Leo. Got him into Gamblers Anonymous, and the AZT is working. Sadly, he has gout. So, again, shout out to you, Leo. Hopefully you continue to recover, brother. We hope that everything's going well. Hopefully you get over the gout soon as well.
Shout out to the homie Leo. Hey, Leo, pro tip, if you got that gout, if you got that gizzy, that's what they call it on the streets. My uncle always said black tart cherry juice. Black tart cherry juice breaks up, like I don't know what the crystals are called, Chris, but the crystals that make gout, black tart cherry juice helps dissolve those crystals over time. So get you some black tart cherry juice, drink you a lot of water, cuz lay off of them sodas and them beers, lay off of that whole milk like Ray Williams, and you'll be back on your feet in no time, Lee.
Maybe you could. Never mind. I'm gonna stop myself before I get myself.
I need you to produce this, Ray. Ejectocito.
I know. Ejectocito. All right. So with that, we did make a quick detour into Detroit, but now we're heading back to New York. We're heading back to, or now relatively used to be New York, now up to Stamford, Connecticut to the Fed. So we were talking earlier. Brother Jay, you were kind of giving us a little bit of a preview. I was like, oh, we can't transition yet, brother. You named a few things that are going on that are well, but I'm sure you're not the only one, brother. I've been seeing online that a lot of people have been saying there are a couple bright lights here and there, but otherwise it's been basura in your terms, brother. But we will get on to one of those bright lights, and one of those being Jade Cargill finally climbing the mountain, finally taking out Tiffany Stratton. Finally, her time has come. Tiffany time is up. Jade's time is now. So how do you brothers feel about Jade finally getting the spotlight and having the championship belt on her shoulders? And do you think that she will represent accordingly? We'll start with you, Brother Jay.
Yeah, I love that she won the title. I think she won in a dominating fashion. I said it before. I just wish that it was an even playing field, because the way they set it up, Tiffy came in with an injury, and so she's gotten out saying, or she could potentially say that, hey, I wasn't at 100%. You took me out, you won the title, and start a storyline that way. I don't like that, but still, Jade's got the world title on her shoulder. I think she's again still a work in progress. I think that she has some improvements to go, and she's got to do well. I mean, they just got to give her the ball, let her run with it, and as she continues to grow and develop into this role, she hasn't been wrestling that long. So I mean, I think that she's got the look. She's a star. I mean, she looks like a star. She has, say, the aura of a star. I just think that given the opportunity, she's going to maximize and knock it out of the park. So congrats to her. I'm happy that, she's got the title, and she should be better than 53. I'm still pissed about that.
Well, she won the title after September 30th, brother. Hold on. Just wait till next year. Just hold on.
I'm not holding my breath, because I saw what they did to some other ladies, and it's like, really? This person's better than that? Nah, I'm not going to throw shade, but do better. Come on, voters, please.
That's true. That's true. Brother Kris, how do you feel about Jade finally getting the women's world championship on her shoulders, or the women's undisputed championship on her shoulders?
Right. I don't know yet. Like, I think it's cool. Like, but WWE does this shit sometimes with wrestlers where they'll give the wrestler the belt just to say they gave the wrestler the belt, and then don't book them to their strengths. And then when their championship run isn't great, they'll be like, well, see, we gave them the belt, but they flopped, And I'm not 100% confident that that's not what they're doing with Jade. So what I've seen so far has not been, let's call it, promising. So we'll see, man. We'll see. It's just, but they what they did with Goldberg in his first run in WWE, they gave him the belt to say they gave him the belt, and then don't do anything constructive with him. And I just got to see what they're gonna do with Jade. Like what Jarek was saying, the way they gave it to her wasn't the greatest, in my opinion. They gave it to her, so I don't know if it's the black in me, or should we just be grateful they gave it to a black woman? Shut up, or but you
Kris, you're gonna ruin this for everybody.
Right? Yeah, exactly. One of those. So, yeah, well, I think the jury's still out, is what I'll say.
Gotcha. I'll go ahead next, and then we'll round off with you, Nate. Yeah, I think, of course, you can look on both sides of it. There are good people and bad people on both sides, Brother Kris and Brother Nate. No, let me stop.
Very fine people.
Very fine people. But I think Jade, on the one hand, there's been a whole bunch of rumors about, Jade has been hard to work with backstage and people don't like her and all this other stuff. On the other hand, it's like, don't you want that person? Like, I think Chris Jericho, and I know you guys are going to frown for me making this kind of reference, but Chris Jericho is like, you have to be an a-hole if you want to get to the top of this business. Sometimes.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, and so I think
sometimes you got to cause an insurrection, dog.
Yeah.
that's Jessica Lockhart Irvin.
Where was your wife, brother? Where was she? But I think she does have that chip on her shoulders, but I think it's for good reason, and I think she's been trying to get better. I mean, of course, you can pick anybody's match apart and say, here's some spots that they messed up with. I mean, you could go back as far as like when she had the tag titles with Bianca, and she made some slip ups here and there, but for the most part, she did what she needed to do. She was that powerhouse that she needed to be when they were in that tag team. And right now, again, leading up to it, I mean, she made some mistakes. I mean, Tiffy made some mistakes as well. Somebody else, I won't put words in Nate's mouth and say that this person and have him say that this person made mistakes, but I'll just say that there could be some blame all around with someone's caramel queen. But but I think for the most part, I think she's still getting her feet under her. And I think you won't know what you got until you give them the ball and see if they can run with it. So
and here lies the problem I have with them and Jade. I do hate this overthinking with her. Like, if she doesn't do like a pristine match, it's like, oh, okay, you are not good, or you don't know the WWE way or whatever. When she was in AEW, she was perfectly fine. She wrestled long matches when they needed her to do it. And most of her matches were squashes. They booked her to her strengths. They knew what they had with Jade, and I still don't know if WWE knows what they have with her. And that's my biggest fucking issue with these people.
And I think one thing that you can say to counter that a little bit, Kris, is that, all right, they booked her to her strengths, but to take some parlance from Brother Nate, she was playing in season, or she was playing in conference games, brother. She was on that TBS schedule. She wasn't on that world title picture. So I think she had a little bit of room to make mistakes because she wasn't in the spotlight. I think now that she's in the spotlight,
come on, man. That's
great responsibility. I think
that's not a no. She was on TV every week. Like I don't know the difference. Like what you're saying is not. I guess it's true, but like what's the difference? Is what I just don't understand. She was on TV every week in AEW. In WWE, she's on TV every week. I don't like she was carrying the division with the TBS belt, you know? So I don't know how this is different. I don't like that. To me, Ray, with all due respect, my brother, I love you, but that's giving Triple H.
I love you. I'm sorry.
And that gives Triple H the bullshit argument he needs to not do right by this woman.
You helping the enemy, Ray.
Kris just literally walked over to the corner, stomped the floor, and said, "Ray, I'm sorry, I love you." And just chin music right now.
That's not what I was trying to do. It's just I don't like giving WWE these built-in excuses, and that to me is a built-in excuse to not do right by this woman. She was on TV every week in AEW. She's on TV every week in WWE. The WWE schedule is not what it was back in the day. The AEW schedule is light. You make the TV dates, and she makes the TV dates, and she does the TV shit. And in AEW, she was booked right. In WWE, she's booked good sometimes questionable.
Well, I think the difference is that on one hand, you got Tony feeding you a red velvet, feeding you Layla Grace, feeding you Hogan's. What's our girl's name? Not Kira Hogan. Kira Hogan's. Like you got capable. Not Brooke.
Shout out to Brooke. Leave Brooke alone.
Capable competition, but competition that's at a certain level, like that aren't really pushing Jade. Like once she started getting pushed like towards the end of her run with like Kris Statlanders and with Willow, then it started having her prove her mettle within that division. So I think there is a difference based on like the type of competition and the type of folks you go after, because now she's going to be going after folks on a regular basis, like a Nia Jax, like Stephanie Vancouver if she ends up facing her, like Io Sky if she switches brands, things like that. So now you have that top tier competition. I'm not necessarily trying to give, like I'm not intentionally giving Triple H an out, but I do see where they're coming from. Is like, now you're playing with the big dogs. Are you going to be able to keep up with us? Or are you going to get left behind? That's all I'm saying.
And all I'm saying is, why does it have to be that? Is what I'm saying. Why can't
like that with everybody? It's not just with her.
It's not like that with everybody. First of all, it's like that with her, and it's like that with people they want it to be like that with people that they want to push and destroy everybody. They just push and have them destroy everybody. That's the history of that company. If you are Kane,
we all saw Ryback back in the day, Ray.
Right? Yeah. If you're Kane, if you're Ryback, if you're someone that yeah, like they were feeding everybody to certain people, So I mean, they do that with who they want to do that with.
Braun Strowman out here eating all this damn.
Yeah, Braun Strowman was destroying everybody. So I don't understand why Jade can't be the same way. They did that with fucking the UFC girl that's homegirls with Ronda.
Shayna
Baszler, yeah, they did that with Baszler. Like, why can't you do that with Jade? I'm dumbfounded by this. I'm like, what the fuck?
But
why are we trying to make
with Shayna Baszler? Remember when she first came on Raw, they had her biting somebody's ear. So they do have that. There's two sides of that coin. So I see.
Yeah, I'm talking about when they finally decided to push her, though.
Right.
I
think that WWE is notorious for having a good steak and then just messing it all up.
Right? Yeah.
They have the potential. They got all the seasonings, but they're gonna throw cinnamon on there. I mean, it's all kind of like pappies, but they're not. I don't think they got pappies, to be honest with you. They do have some, but to my point is, I mean, they do have like all the potential. They have the training center that they can send all these people to, and I'm not sure if she's like going there and training, but you can tell she's made some improvements. I just don't know if I hope that she takes advantage of all these resources that she has at her at her grasp, and I think that this title reign could be something that hey, it could be a lengthy title reign. I do think that she's getting better in the ring, and again, it's who they pair her with. I think if they continue to pair her with some of the bigger talent that's not as on the smaller scale, like maybe a Roxanne. Right. I don't think her and Roxanne would mesh well together, but her and Nia Jax, of course, that's a good match. Her and a Lash Legend, of course, that's a good match. Her and a Tiffany Stratton, passable, So maybe even a Charlie, if it comes to that too. it's who you pair up and who you make or how you play to their strengths. And I think if they go to that for Jade, that's going to be that will work to WWE's advantage and also to the talent's advantage as well.
Yeah,
well,
I
think I'm going to say. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ray.
I was going to say real quick. I think it could be the opposite because I think she could work with smaller because she could just toss them around. Like she could toss around a Roxanne, pick her up real quick for a Jaded. She could toss around Kyrie Sane, but I think once you get in there, and you want to eventually build to her and Bianca as well. Once Bianca gets cleared, then we want to see like how you're going to go against those people. And then real quick, Kris, there is a difference, brother, because somebody else was in charge all those times.
Yeah, I mean that's my point though too. So I do agree with that, but yeah.
It's like if the old man could figure out the formula, and he's a terrible person, you can't.
Right? That's my whole fucking point. Is just why are we doing like when Vince McMahon first brought Goldberg to the WWE, they were burying him intentionally. They did not like him for whatever reason. With some years gone by in hindsight, Vince McMahon was finally like, okay, that's not how you book Goldberg. This is how you book Goldberg, you know? And that's probably the best like run of his career as far as like his championship run, you know? I just want I just don't want Triple H playing games with these women. And somebody said that he needs to stop hanging around the NXT locker room. I don't know about all that. That's not my ministry. I can't talk on that. So,
we hear you, Pastor Viscera. But so there's a couple things we gotta break down here. So I'll take the last thing y'all talked about first, and that is in terms of the bell to bell with Jade. And I see similarities to how folks was talking about our magnanimous, glorious Queen Nia Jax when Nia first got in the game. And it took a little while, but then they figured out like, oh yeah, she's bigger than everybody else. Let's let her be big. And it's like, once they did that, and I will say to this day, Nia got one of Ronda Rousey's best matches out of Ronda because they figured out a way to put a good match together with their conflicting and contrasting styles. So I don't have any fear that Bianca and Jade, whenever we get to that, is going to be a banger. A, because Bianca's going to make sure it's good, but B, like we saw, Naomi and Jade was a good match, and they worked to Jade's strengths in that match as well. The second thing, in terms of was this a good idea, is this smart, it brings me back to one of my favorite Eddie Murphy stand-up jokes when he talks about Ritz crackers, Jay. If you've been starving for a long time, had nothing to eat for days, weeks, months, Ray, and somebody gives you a plain old saltine cracker, you going to sit there and just like, oh, this is delicious. Is there something on this? No, this ain't no regular saltine. This got to be a Ritz. I taste some buttery goodness in this. This got to be a Ritz because you ain't had nothing to eat. And I feel like that's what this title scene has been ever since Tofu Tiffy got her claws upon the daggone belt. Because from bell to bell, Tiffany Stratton is a fantastic performer. I ain't believe none of the stuff her character told me, Ray. Not never once. The only time she was believable was when she was talking about Charlotte Flair, and that was despicable.
Yeah.
But the big thing with these women and these men, it's not so much the wrestling, because you can get good wrestling anywhere, y'all. PWI just gave you a list of 250 of the best women's wrestlers in the world. Righteous Reg and the BW 500 just gave you a list of the 500 best workers, black workers in the world. So you can get good wrestling anywhere. The question is, when you look at this company in particular, this is the storytelling company, always has been, always will be. What's the story you going to tell me about Jade Cargill? And I think there's a couple things that I love about this run right now, Kris, despite my trepidation with how your boy Paul is going to book her. Number one, I love that Jade's a heel champion and not a babyface champion. I think that's an easier position to fight from in terms of gaining the audience's reactions. I love that they leaned into that scar that she got in that match where everybody but Nia Jax made a mistake. And that's a part of her character and a part of her look now, man. I love that she just mollywopped. She mollywopped Tiffany Stratton in that match. And yeah, Tiffany's got an excuse like, hey, I wasn't 100%. Like, okay, go get 100% and I'll mollywop you again. And so I think
that's what I'm waiting for too.
That's what I want to see, Chris. Like, I don't like, yeah, Tiffany can get some offense in here and there, but it should be pretty much 60-40, 70-30 in Jade's favor in terms of that offense. And what I want to see is them really commit to this, man. Really commit to this, man. And if you are worried, like if you're the company and you're worried about like, oh, we're not sure what we can do with Jade, then put her in there with people that you are sure can do good things with Jade. We saw what a veteran like Naomi could do with Jade. Put her in there with somebody like an Alexa Bliss. I'm sure Alexa Bliss and Jade could have some good chemistry. You know, you mentioned Nia Jax. That's a BMWSM match. Right. Shout out to Big E. And I ain't gonna say the whole acronym out loud because somebody could flip it and put it in a negative context. And I would never want negativity being put on these sisters. But there's a lot you can do with Jade, man. Like the key word that Jay said earlier, Chris, that I can't say about Tiffany, and I'm sorry, Tiffany, that I'm saying this about you. You ain't no star.
Right.
You're a superstar. You're a good performer, but you ain't no star. Jade Cargill is a star. And so you just flip it through the channels and you see that woman on TV. You're going to stop for a second or two, like, what's this? What's going on here?
Yeah.
And so as the company, the onus is like, yes, obviously Jade's got to continue to train and work on her character and her in-ring work, But you are the company. You are the one that puts these people in positions to succeed. I done seen people with far less ability get over in this company. And I ain't gonna go back and say people's names because they might feel some kind of way and they might try to come for us. And I ain't got time to be talking to y'all. But there's a lot you can do with Jade, man, and it's up to the company to get her over.
I will say this. I remember when they were pushing the hell out of the Great Khali and gave him the world title belt. And Shawn Michaels was one of the people that he fought. And Shawn Michaels made that guy look like Big Van Vader, you know, not WWF Vader. I'm talking about Big Van Vader from WCW. Shawn Michaels made that fool look like the toughest, greatest wrestler on the planet. And I just don't know why you don't tell wrestlers. And Vince McMahon, that's one thing he was good with too. When he was in charge, he would tell wrestlers, look, this kid right here, I see him going this far and I need you to help me get him there, right? Like I remember the Godfather telling that story that Vince McMahon about The Rock. The Godfather said, like, Vince McMahon came up to me, this was before anything, and he said, you know, this kid, I got this kid, Rocky Johnson's kid, we're going to turn him into a heel. And once he clicks as a heel, he's going to be the biggest face in the company. And that's the kind of vision you have to have for these wrestlers. You know, it's you can't play. Yeah, you can't play these games. And I think Triple H has done that too much to his detriment. You know, one thing I always give Vince, and I don't want to turn this into a Vince McMahon give credit show. But the one thing I always give Vince McMahon credit for is when he knew somebody was once he saw that someone was going to be a star, you weren't going to talk him out of that. Like with John Cena, with The Rock, with Steve Austin, with all the people that he saw at that superstar level. That's what he did with. And I don't see Triple H really. I don't know who his projects are. You know, I just don't know. Like people say it's Braun Breaker. I haven't even seen evidence of that yet, you know, because I think Vince McMahon would have just given that fool the world title and called it a day. But, you know,
Like
Anyway.
to your example about HBK and Khali, Kris, like y'all out there that may have doubts about Jade as an in-ring performer, you telling me Jade and Charlotte wouldn't go crazy, man?
Right, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Is like you put her in there. Jade is someone you can carry to a good match, and that's what I always respected about her. She's not in there hurting people in the ring. She's not reckless. She like when Lash Legend first started in WWE, and they were showing her on NXT, I was like genuinely concerned about her and Sol Ruka hurting somebody. Man, I was like but you know, they learned in front of people and they got good. You know, Lash. I've never seen that out of Jade. I've never seen an instance with Jade where she was like just sloppy for no reason. Her strength protects her from being sloppy. I'll say that.
Yeah, like when we go back to that WrestleMania match with Naomi, the finish to that match could have easily gone wrong 100 different ways. When you're talking about that inverted power bomb where she spun Naomi around.
Oh yeah.
Like, and it looked clean, brother. It looked clean. So yeah, like anybody that doesn't think Lash Legend as well. Now that she in the tag team of the year with Nia Jax, Lash and Smash, y'all ain't ready. Woo! But anybody that thinks Jade Cargill cannot thrive in this role if given the proper support from the company, you crazy, because she's already got the looks, she's already got the attitude and the character for the most part. And it's like, yeah, man, just lean into it, go with it, and make this run to WrestleMania so we can see Bianca and Jade do the damn thing on the biggest stage in the world.
Indeed.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Ray Williams.
Hey. You got me sobbing on the canvas like Ric Flair now. All right.
I just feel if I don't stand up for Jade and these sisters, I don't know who else will. So forgive me.
Just giving Triple H ammo. Triple H is there with a notebook. Ooh, that's good stuff, kid. That's good stuff.
Taking notes and shit. That's
the last thing I want to do.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I want to do is give Paul Levesque ammunition. Although, unless you're going to send me a cheese plate, brother, I'll be more than
brothers have done less for more cheese.
You ain't lying. All right, well,
we're going to call this man Roquefort Ray Williams from now on. Roquefort is a cheese. Haha, you learned something tonight.
All right, well, let's go ahead. Let's move on. So, we talked about Jade possibly getting that opportunity to prove herself and become a legend and become a superstar in her own right. We already know of one gentleman who's already a star in his own right, who's already been proven. He was mentioned before in our discussion just a few minutes ago as somebody who the company got behind and pushed to the brink. And we're talking about one John Cena Jr., I believe.
Felix Anthony Cena Jr.
John,
Felix, hold on, wait a minute, time out. Some new information. I mean, it's old information, but so his actual name is Felix.
Yeah, I think that's his name, John Felix.
Okay. Felix, okay. See that? Now, here's the thing, though, because my brain, from a veteran fan of boxing, the sweet science, if you will, Jay Lacey, when I heard Felix, my mind immediately went to like Felix Trinidad, somebody like that. I'm like,
mine's went to the cat. So
Felix,
that's where mine.
At first, I was like, is John Cena part of the culture undercover? But then I remembered like the dude on The Odd Couple was named Felix Unger. So it's like Felix can go either way. A lot of different people can be called Felix. Felix Cena doesn't have a ring to it, though, as like a world champion.
Nah. I think if he was still under Vince McMahon, he would have just called him Cena, just Cena by itself. He would have just
Cena, Felix. Get ready.
Taking
Here's
out
the
first
champ,
names and last
Felix.
names. Yeah.
Yeah. John Cena came in at a perfect time where Vince McMahon was letting wrestlers use their real names, and like the 2001, 2002, like Shelton Benjamin and John Cena and
Brock
Lesnar and Dave Bautista and all, they just use their real names. Now it's gotta be some fake stupid name. It's not even like a fake, like clever name. It's like a fake person name.
What was what was Kurt Hennig's son name when he first came in, dog?
Michael McGillicuddy.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. Come on, man.
Michael McGillicuddy. Yeah. And I don't think Curtis Axel was much better. I mean, it's, like at least with Rocky Maivia, there is a built-in reason you're doing that.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's to promote a podcast on Post Wrestling 15 years from then.
So you see, we know, brother, your real name is Brian Danielson, right? But the people won't know. So we gonna call you Daniel Bryan. We just gonna skip the son.
Yeah, like and that's the thing. It's like back in the day, when WWE gave you a name, it was a name that, like, you wanted to take to the other company, but you couldn't take it because it was like Mr. Perfect. Mr. Perfect was a character, and that name meant something. So when he went to WCW and became Kurt Hennig, it did take some luster from him. But with these fucking stupid names right now, Dean Ambrose doesn't mean shit. He can just go to AEW and be John Moxley and call it a day. And John Moxley can just go back to WWE if they want to keep him Dean Ambrose. Go do it, John. It doesn't matter.
Seth Rollins, Seth Rollins, Tyler Black. It don't matter.
Yeah. These names don't mean what they used to mean.
Like Ricky, you're joining us from AEW. Cody spoke highly of you. Okay, so you're from New Orleans. Okay. Oh, how about Ricky Superdome? No, going to Superdome. Ricky Saints.
Yeah, I haven't heard anybody with the last name Saints with an S on it either.
Yes, with an S.
Yeah, so like, I've heard of people with Saint or even Saint John or Saint Austin or but just Saints. Like, because
like, how long did it take you to think of that?
Yeah.
If he was from Atlanta, he'd be Ricky Falcons.
Yeah.
Ricky Falcons kind of tough though.
I mean, I think they should. WWE should just start running names through Chat GPT or Gemini or something. Like, just because they don't have any creativity over there when it comes
Commanders.
Yeah.
Well, they're already. I mean,
imagine if he was from Canada, he'd be like Ricky Nordiques.
Ricky Nordiques.
Ricky Nordiques. Yeah.
Ricky Argonaut. Don't make no sense, Vince.
Yeah, I guess it's better than Ricky Tigers.
Ricky Tigers.
Be careful what you wish for, brother Chris, because I think they hired somebody in a new position that's dealing with creative, like AI, creative control or creative writing or something. They're already dabbling with.
No shit, they could pay me to do that. I use AI all the time.
What if Chat GPT's like that don't work for me, brother? Like, damn.
Like I was asking Chat. I asked Chat GPT about the name they get MSNBC going to MSNBC now or going to MS now, and Chat GPT ripped MSNBC to shreds, man. They were just like,
that is a dumb name. Like, it doesn't like, why?
They have horrible culture at Comcast at NBC. It started in the 90s too, like when Friends became a hit show, like the down part of it, it was the good part of it. It was a hit show for NBC after the Cosby era and all that. Yeah. The downside of it was every sitcom on NBC after that, they made a Friends ripoff. It was like Caroline in the City for
Caroline
more or less.
in the City, yo.
Yeah. Suddenly Susan, all this other shit that were like Friends ripoffs, and it really they lost creativity and they never
finding love in the big city, Kris.
Right? Yeah. And it's just all that shit, yeah, So WWE, man, like I do think the Chat GPT or Gemini or whatever they use is going to do a better job. Microsoft Copilot will do a better job than whoever's thinking of these stupid names now.
All right. Well, let's go ahead. Let's stick with again. We're very, very glad.
How did we get here?
That's real Felix. Name. Yeah. Felix. Very glad. He was known as the prototype in Ohio Valley.
Yep. I saw him wrestle as a prototype.
Oh, nice. Mm-hmm. This was back when you were in your Tennessee days.
Yeah. Back in the day. Well, he wrestled in WWE in the beginning as the prototype too, and I saw him in a dark match with Crash Holly. And Crash Holly did the favors. He put him over. And Cena was, he was wearing the same shit he was wearing when he debuted as John Cena with the ruthless aggression stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to Davey Portman and Brother Braden, my nephews. If you want more on John Cena, check out their podcast series. The Champ is Here, and the first episode of that featured us talking a lot about the ruthless aggression era Cena, the UPW days back in Cali, and it featured Braden and Davey as well as myself and Andrew Thompson. So I was with the nephew and the nephews, and we talked about this man, Felix Cena.
Yeah. I could have talked about the UPW days too. Yeah, Cena's got Yeah. Well, Cena's got a storied history. Yeah,
indeed, and it's all coming to an end, specifically on December 13th, 2025, in my hometown of Washington, D.C., and Saturday Night's Main Event. But before we get there, it looks like a championship will be on the line as John Cena defeated I'm about to call him Dominique. First I was going to call him Ray, then I'm going to call him Dominic. I'm going to sound like Kris. Dominic Mysterio defeated by John Cena to capture the Intercontinental Championship, thus making, and it's hard to believe, but now making John Cena finally a Grand Slam champion this past Monday night. So how do you guys feel about John Cena winning the Intercontinental Championship? And what do you make of this tournament, which now will essentially be a number one contendership match to fight him at said Saturday Night's Main Event? And we'll start with you, Brother Kris.
I've heard a lot of people online this week say that they think John Cena should just give the belt away and just have those dorks fight for the belt and do that. I understand that. I do think the best course of action for a wrestler that's retiring is to do the favors, is to take the L. Mm-hmm. As far as who he wrestles, I mean, I don't trust this company to book anybody long term. That's my only problem with it. Is that, like, I can say, oh, give it to Dominic Mysterio, but I don't know. I don't know who's the flavor of the month or who's gonna be there for a minute. I don't know who's Dolph Ziggler or who's Dave Bautista. I don't know who the company believes in right now. Maybe Braun Breaker is someone I'd have him lose to. Someone that could benefit from it, someone that the company believes in that could benefit from it, not a Fandango, Not that Lars dude that used to look like Soda Popinski from Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Like somebody that you're gonna push for a long time, you know.
I forgot about Lars.
Yeah. I don't even remember. What was his last name? But all I know is he looked like Soda Popinski.
Lars Popinski.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting concept, Ray, and it makes sense because I think part of the appeal of John Cena's last match is that you get a last match entrance from John Cena, complete with a championship belt for him to spin around and hold up above his head as he goes into it. And so, like, yeah, they weren't doing like Dom was doing his thing with the title, but this instantly kind of puts the title at another level. It wouldn't shock me if it went back to Dom, and that's another feather in Dom's cap. But if we're going to go with somebody new, I like Chris's idea of Braun Breaker, but I go with the other half of the Braun Browns on these streets because if you want me to take Bronson Reed seriously, more seriously than just the muscle that be stealing people's shoes and whatnot, you got to get some gold, and it doesn't look like you're going to be a tag team champion anytime soon. It looks like your man Braun has eyes on the world championship if they ever pull the trigger on that. So let Bronson run with the IC belt. I think that could be a good thing for him if they want us to take him seriously as a singles competitor.
All right, Brother Jay, let's see you. What do you think about Cena winning the title, and who do you think is going to make it out this last time is now tournament to face him?
It was a love-hate thing for me. I like Dom Mysterio as the champion. I think he was doing an incredible job. I mean, he's actually turned me into a Dom Mysterio fan because at the start of the year, I was just not feeling that dude. He was like Novocaine to me. So, but he's turned it around because he's really entertaining, and I see what he's doing. For John Cena, for him to be the first time holding the IC title, that's mind-boggling. But okay, I see it. And coming out of this tournament, I do like Bronson Reed, and I do like what you're talking about, Nate, in building him up and giving him some gold. I unfortunately don't see it that way. That's my second guy. I think who they're going to have Cena take on will be Gunther. And the reason is Gunther had retired Goldberg. If we remember what happened with that one, that was genius, and to put a feather in Gunther's cap and making him for the next 5 to 10 years, the man that put down Goldberg, the man that put down Cena. And, oh, yeah, I already have the IC title for the record. Let's run it back. I think that could be a good play. In case Gunther doesn't happen, I do like, having Bronson get the title as well, too. Again, it would be his first singles title. You can make him at the same time you're making a Braun Breaker. So I'm not, I don't think that's a bad idea either. But my pick is going to be for Gunther to run away with this. And unfortunately, Javon Evans is facing Gunther next. And so I hope he did doing some push-ups and putting on some muscle in the pectoral area, because he's gonna be smacking the ish out that dude.
Drop.
Yeah, and get ready for a tweet storm from Bret Hart, Gunther.
Of course.
You about to get one of those.
You're not supposed to hurt him. All right. Before I give my thoughts on it, shout out we do for Post Wrestling. We do have a new member that is Stephen Malling 9530. Thank you for joining the membership for Post Wrestling. And we also have, while it is not a super chat, it is a message from a member who's been a member of the Post Wrestling Cafe, or at least for the Post Wrestling YouTube membership for 15 months. And by the way, if you don't mind, go ahead. If you can spare become a member over at the Patreon, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. But we have MGN 1990, I believe, who says Kris, as in Kris Statlander, as in Tofu Tammy, going 0-3, ain't it? She, as in Mercedes Mone, needs to get it back in blood. I'm serious. AEW Women's Division is counting on it. So just a little quick detour back to AEW before I go ahead with my thoughts for John Cena. So I do think I think Dominic had a good run with the IC title. He had it since Mania. I think it was a good opportunity. I think it was off of a whim to have him just have a match on Monday Night Raw. But I think it worked well for Cena, especially with him being in Boston, in his hometown for the final time, in front of a WWE crowd, or his home state, I should say. I think it was a good move to make with that. And I think I've been hearing some rumblings through the dirt sheets that John Cena wants the Saturday night's main event card to kind of be a mix of the newer stars from NXT going up against established vets in WWE. So it's going to have some matches where you have kind of like that WWE versus NXT vibe. So kudos for him for thinking about that and trying to think of pushing the folks for the future. As far as because I don't know, has the entire bracket been set, or do we still have some room for surprises? Because I'm not sure. If there are still some room for surprises, because I know you did have a surprise with Matt Cardona, aka Zack Ryder, but LA Knight was able to get past him. You have been kind of building. Rusev is moving on as well. You kind of been building with that rivalry that they have. Two people that I have in mind, if they haven't been announced yet, or if everything's been locked up, disregard. But if there's still opportunities, two people that I could see being good challenges for John Cena. One is heading in that direction of building up the new school, so to say. And kind of like you were mentioning, Kris, putting a strap on somebody's back and just having them dominate right out the outset and showing that they're a force. And I think you could do that with an Oba Femi.
That's what I was about to say that too. Once you said the NXT thing, Oba Femi is what start making sense. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. I think that and you mentioned who do we know as being Triple H's guys? I think Oba is one of Triple H's guys. And I think that you really want to get him off the ground running. If you put him in this tournament, even if you don't put him in this tournament, debut him as a force.
Right, yeah.
And I could see on the other end where you can have somebody established who, like Cena, is one title shy of becoming a Grand Slam champion, and that is one Sheamus. It's a shame.
Come on, man.
Kris dismissed that with the quickness.
No fucking Sheamus, man. Give it to somebody that's gonna benefit. Unless Cena wants to lose it to Sheamus,
right? Like he wanted to lose to Brock.
And I'll question his judgment if he wants to lose it to Sheamus. But if that's what he wants, that's what he wants.
Here's the thing, Ray.
Yeah,
you almost got super kicked twice tonight because when you were going through this, talking about this young up and comer, I'm sitting there like, this Negro better not fix his face to say Carmelo Hayes, because I will join Kris in the super kick party. And like, no, Ray, but Oba's a good choice. Oba's a good choice.
I mean, it's got to be someone that the company's gonna believe in long term. I like Dominic Mysterio. I don't think they see him as a world champion anytime soon. I part of it is the haircut. I mean, I think like WWE is a cosmetics company. They're about looks and shit. If you've got a stupid name or you got a stupid look, you're not winning the world title. So I mean, if Dominic starts like getting a makeover or something, I'll be like, okay, yeah, I see this, but not with that shit. It's just not gonna happen.
In Ray's defense, the only way I can see Sheamus winning this tournament is if Cena asks for it, and because there's a linkage between when Sheamus won his first world title, he beat Cena.
Yeah.
So if Sheamus were to get the IC title, it would be off of a Cena. So that I can see that loose end being tied up right there in that connection. I don't see Obafemi for this one simply because I think he's going to go into a program with Ricky Saints pretty soon, and I think they have bigger plans for Obafemi. My opinion, I just think that if they're going to build him up to be this big monster, you need to kill a monster, and so there's one monster in particular that has a track record for knocking out African American talent. And his name is Brock Lesnar.
Oh, no.
So if the ruler can become the redeemer, that would be awesome.
Ooh, Obafemi versus Brock Lesnar. Talk about BMMSM. Yeah.
MSNBC now. But no, I think the Sheamus one, honestly, like if Cena wants to do it, God bless you. I think it'd be underwhelming as a fan, considering the possibilities out there. Because I think you really do want to see somebody young kind of come up and get this spot. And it goes back to a conversation that Kris always brings up on the NWA podcast when they were deciding what they were going to do with the Undertaker streak. And Brock, as we all know, beat the Undertaker streak. And I always had the contention that even in the moment, even before the match, that it should have been Roman because he's the guy you're building for the next 5, 10, 15 years. It should be him. And so this is not quite the same thing as the Undertaker streak, but it's kind of in the same lane, Kris.
Yeah,
it's got to be somebody that you're building for the next decade.
It's the same thing, man. The thing with that is like, because WWE does this kind of shit. It should have been Roman Reigns. Because in the moment, I didn't mind it being Brock Lesnar, but then it ended up being Roman Reigns anyway. So like they just pushed it back a couple WrestleManias. That like they do this shit. Like, why don't you just do what you're supposed to do in the first place? And I'm hoping they do that with Cena and whoever they have beat him, or just have him give up the belt and go away and make his Judd Apatow movies and call it, just call it what it is, and that's it, man.
Yeah. And the only reason why I don't think it's going to be Gunther is because I think it's like you're taking. Well, I know he's already in the tournament, but it's like now you're taking a backtrack. It's like he already had the championship for the longest amount of days, and he moved on to the world championship. So now he's coming back. Unless, like you were mentioning, Jay, I think him putting the head, like collecting the scalp of John Cena, is just as important or even more important than the title.
But is Gunther, my only question I'd have if it's Gunther, is he gonna level up after it? I don't think he is either. I think they see him at the level they see him at. He's a utility guy. He's what the Undertaker used to be in the 90s. Is like Undertaker is there if we ever need him, but our stars are Bret Hart and Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels, and that's I don't see Gunther being that person. I think it's got to be someone that they have superstar machinations for. That's someone that they have superstar ambitions for. Someone that's, and Gunther, I mean, Gunther's not selling merch and shit, not with that neo-Nazi German looking shit. It's just not happening, man. Nobody's buying Imperium when he was with Imperium. No one's buying that shit because it looks like something that'll get you kicked out of 5th grade math, or it doesn't look like something you should be wearing. If I was a school teacher and I saw a kid come in my class with a German dude with a haircut and the shirt said Imperium or Gunther or anything like that, I will call his parents and be like, what the fuck? Why you got your bigoted kid coming to school wearing this?
Yo, hot tag, Kris, hot tag, because this reminds me of a story from my time in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
You can bring me out, Ray. I want the whole group to be a part of this experience. So when I was in Japan, this would have been right around 97, 98. And so, of course, I'm a WCW fan. I'm out there in Japan. I was working part-time at the Navy Exchange on the base in Okinawa while I was going to school. And so, like, it was actually a pretty decent job, like an overnight stocking at the Exchange. Like, had this one old timer that, like, we just went out and smoked cigarettes back when I used to smoke, and he drank coffee and he tell me all about the coffee beans. And it was like, okay. Like, I didn't really come out here for this conversation, but it's informative. But anyways, one night I had on an NWO shirt, and it was an NWO shirt that featured Masa Chono as part of the NWO during his brief stint, Kris, in the NWO.
Yeah. And
the guy just kind of looked at me, looked at my shirt, and he was like, Nate, come here. I'm like, okay, player, you being real aggressive right now. I'm like, what's wrong? What is that? I'm like, what? What is what? What is that on your shirt? I'm like, it's wrestling, man. It's the NWO. He's like, you might want to change that. I said, huh? Like, why? And now, mind you, it's the NWO shirt. So, like, everybody's wearing, like, they black jackets and shades. So, it's Scott Hall. It's Kevin Nash. It's Masa Chono. It's
is it
Buff Bagwell. Terry might have been a part of it, but, like, they're all wearing their jackets and sunglasses. And I think Bischoff was in there, too. And he's like, wrestling. Around here, everybody sees you with that shirt. They think you're promoting the Yakuza. I said, the Yakuza? Yes. Looks like the Yakuza. I was like, come on, man. He's like,
with a bunch of white dudes?
Right. That's my thinking. I'm like only one of these dudes looks Yakuza adjacent. Like, one of these dudes might fit that description, Kris, but the rest of them just look like some biker dudes. And he was like, no, very easy to get confused. And I was like, come on, you don't know that old timer. And he was like, trust me. And so I was like, whatever, man, finished the smoke break, whatever, went back inside. And here's how, like, you know, if you were able to advance to a certain age, Kris, a man of a certain age, like Scott Bakula and Andre Brower, and who was the other one, Ray?
Ray Romano
on these streets. If you can advance to become a man of a certain age, you owe it to yourself and the next generation to school the young bucks sometimes. Because I'm going back to the job, man, and the whole time I'm thinking, like, what if he's right, though? And here's the thing, that wisdom get in your mind, right? Because 50% of the people that worked at the Exchange were from Okinawa. And so I'm just walking, and, like, these people was, like, looking at me before, because we all look at each other when we work. That's how communication works, like verbal and nonverbal. And I'm like, they staring a little hard, though. Let me get my jacket on. I got my jacket. Mind you, it's not even cold, Ray, but I wore that jacket zipped up the rest of the day because I was like, man, they might think I'm part of the Yakuza out here because of what this old man said to me. So let it be a message to you in 2025 if you're ever going to travel to Japan, a lovely country. Don't wear your NWO Masa Chono shirt because it could be some problems, consequences, and or repercussions.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's just certain gimmicks that be mindful of, man. Like when the WCW turned Alex Wright into Berlin for like those few months, you know, it didn't go over the greatest, you know.
Nope.
So yeah, just and I'm not saying that Gunther can't be pushed. It's just his look would need an overhaul, and I'm not even talking about a haircut or just. It looks too neo-Nazi-ish, you know, and you need WWE getting over in Germany in a regular way, you know, and they do not like
not playing the hits.
Yeah, they do not like that shit in Germany.
Now,
like the new Alex Wright.
Yeah. Now Gunther might not get over in Germany, Jay. Mm-hmm. But how about if we rebrand this brother to what he should have been the whole time and put Slim Walt on these streets?
100%.
Let's get Slim Walt out.
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing, too. It's like Vince McMahon doesn't look at the world like that. Vince McMahon looked at that guy and saw a Nazi-adjacent dude. He was, Walter, that's not neo-Nazi enough, you know.
He was just a big beefy German dude that looked like big country Bryant Reeves from the Vancouver Grizzlies back in the day. Who fight people. Let him fight people. But no, he got to be a slim down neo-Nazi, Chris. You're right.
Yeah, he's got to be that, you know. They can't just and that's the biggest issue with WWE. And I don't think Triple H has let that stuff go either, you know. Like Triple H, I think like what Vince McMahon has done with Triple H he's kind of talked him into believing that his worst ideas were right because he's a genius, and that's the mark of a good manipulator. It's like when you are the person that's doing the right thing, but your superior teaches you that the wrong thing is the right thing, and then you start going by that shit, you know.
Walter was cool, man.
Yeah. Walter was the shit, man. There was nothing wrong with it, you know. It's like
the only thing that was wrong with it is that the WWE didn't come up with the name.
Right. That was what was wrong with it. Yeah. In WWE, if WWE gets a hold of you, whatever stereotype you came in with, they are going to lean into it.
And then they body shame that man. I bet they was at every backstage spread just looking at him. Oh, you're going to eat that too, Walter? Main eventers don't eat that, Walter. Interesting.
Yeah.
I never saw John Cena eat a plate of pasta like that, Walter.
Right, yeah.
Oh, you're wearing those loafers with no socks. Those calves look a little chunky, Walter.
Like, damn, we body shaming this man right now.
Jeez, I can't just wear my loafers in peace with my low cut socks. Jeez.
Oh, going back for seconds on the Stroganoff, I see. Huh, Walter? Interesting.
I know you
might want to mix in a salad there, brother.
Yeah, I know your wife is pregnant, but you're not eating for two, brother. You know what I mean?
Try some veggies. I know Ray Williams will tell you plants are alive, but you know, plants.
See, I knew we were going to get I knew we were going to
plants are alive, but they're good for you, brother.
I meant to say they are not sentient beings. That's what I meant to say. Okay.
Anyway.
Unless it's a Venus flytrap.
Yes, Venus. Oh, yeah. Like, you left out Venus flytraps, Ray.
Oh, Venus fly. Oh, I don't eat Venus flytrap.
A Venus flytrap will eat a human if it's a big enough one.
It will, Ray. It will. A Venus flytrap wouldn't think twice about eating you, Ray.
What is this, Little Shop of Horrors? Let's move on. I
was watching a documentary on Venus flytraps and like those kind of plants that eat bugs and shit, and like they got some plants that'll eat some flesh, you know.
All right, real quick, let's do a quick tangent town. Let's do it. How did you get up into botany? This is how I
used to be in the 4-H club when I was in high school. I used to and my racist ass horticulture teacher gave me some collard greens to plant. That was the first thing he gave me. He was like, he was giving out all the because I was in the 4-H because of my I was in the 4-H because of my grandmother. My grandmother was a gardener. She's still alive. She's not a gardener now because she's in her 90s, but she got me into gardening. So he was dealing out plants for students to plant, and he was like, "Hey, Ely, I got something good for you to plant." And he gave me some collards, and he said, "You can plant these." And I was in like the 10th grade, so I was just like, I went home to my mom. I was like, "Yeah, Mr. Coomer gave me some collard greens to plant." I was like, "What should we do?" And she was like, "I'll talk to him tomorrow, but I can plant those things."
I know, right? Like that's one of them situations where like this is racist, but collards are delicious.
Yeah. She was like, "I'll plant them," and she planted them. I remember she planted them and cooked them, and they were good, you know. So,
wow. Here's the radish for you, Tammy, and a carrot for you, Ricky. Becky, here's some tomatoes. Ely.
That's how it was. The guy before me, I'll never forget it. The guy before me, Kevin, he gave him strawberries to plant. And then with me, he was like, collards.
It was a targeted attack. Damn. And that's the day Chris Ely learned about microaggressions.
Oh man, he's
flip it, Ray.
Here, take these collards and take the cotton seeds with it.
So that if you want to know my botany past,
he said he's been on these botany streets, Ray. Don't question him.
I just wanted to know. I'm glad he has other interests. I'm glad if something takes them all. You take your mind off the politics and everything, you know. This is the botany.
Now, this semester we're gonna plant seeds, Chris. Here's some nice watermelon seeds. Like, wait a minute. Wait, I let the collard slide, cuz.
Right, yeah.
This is becoming a disturbing trend.
All right, well, ejectocito. Let's go ahead and get on. Thank you.
That was a great story, Chris.
History. Thank you, Chris. All right. So, by the way, I'm still waiting for my my quarter zip Imperium shirt to come in the mail.
So wear it on the air when you get it. I want to see how it works. I will rate it on the appropriateness meter or not. We'll say.
Like, why did Ray shave his hair tonight? Like that doesn't make sense.
Why is Ray rocking that Imperial armband?
Yeah, go home to Bob. I could see some Jewish kid going home to his Bob. Yeah, I saw this German guy. He had a crew cut, and he's wearing all this black, and he's got the symbol on his shirt that says Imperium, and yeah, that's what I want to wear. Nah. That shit is not flying, man. It's just not merch people are buying. That's why it was that. That's
maybe
why
if you sold it at a UFC event, maybe it is.
Right, yeah, at a UFC event, that shit will fly off the shelves, you know. But not any kid friendly event. It's just not popping off, man.
We're gonna cook them when the UFC come to the White House.
Right.
From head to toe. So let's go ahead. Briefly, I want to mention before we move off of our WWE block, do want to mention briefly that over the course of the last month, we did have CM Punk finally regain the World Heavyweight Championship at the last Saturday night's main event against Jey Uso, and now it's looking as though CM Punk, along with Cody Rhodes and and I believe a couple of other folks are going to take on the White Vision along with Logan Paul and Drew McIntyre. So if you guys have any brief thoughts on those developments and how it's going to look like for Survivor Series, which is probably going to take place before the next time we come on.
So, well, the one thing I will say about it is I do think CM Punk holding that belt gives that world title instant credibility. Because I just don't think any of the guys that were holding it before, not even Seth Rollins, CM Punk is a A-lister. And him holding that makes it coveted. It reminds me of when they gave the Universal title to Goldberg. You know, it's like you need names like that with those belts, wanting those belts, you know. So that's a good thing. As far as CM Punk, I mean, I give the guy credit for failing upward, you know. I mean, shit, the AEW stuff. We on this show knew immediately when he got released from AEW, he was going to go back to WWE, because where else are you going to go and make that kind of money? And he went there, and he's become a relevant star. It's almost kind of an indictment on WWE a little bit, because you know, CM Punk is going to be on his way out in a few years, you know. So you want to you know, him having the belt makes sense because he's an A-lister. And I do think it probably is going to bring more eyes to the product than anybody else holding it right now, except for a Roman Reigns or a Cody Rhodes. So I think that's a good thing. Is this going to be decent? I think the War Games match at Survivor Series is going to be good. I do think it'll have all the blood and the guts and the things, all the things in it to make it a good match. And how long CM Punk will hold on to this title, I don't know. Is he going to put over someone? I don't know, you know, because I've seen WWE like have guys that they want to put over, and then they'll be like, yeah, nah, Ryback, you're losing to Mark Henry. So who knows, man? Who knows?
Oh, Brother Nate, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it was good, you know, to get the belt back on Punk. You know, I was not a fan of the Seth Rollins title win, even though, you know, he did try to get up in that superstar echelon, Chris. You know, I'm on Get Up with Greeny. I'm Seth Rollins. Let's talk about the Bears. I
mean, in Seth Rollins' defense, there's only very few names that get to that level, you know. Like, I mean, Shawn Michaels never got to that level, you know. It's always like The Rock or Austin or CM Punk, John Cena. You know, not everyone gets. Yeah, you know, Goldberg. There's very few people that get to that level, you know. So it's not a knock on Rollins. It's just the nature of the beast, you know.
I'm on First Take with Stephen A. Smith. Wait, what? But I do think that it's going to be intriguing. I think the War Games match is going to be fun. Like, they rarely do a bad War Games match, and when you've got kind of the caliber of performers that we're starting to see in this mix, it's going to be good. I'm really intrigued for the women's War Game match. You already know Lash and Smash about to do their thing in a cage. You ain't ready for it. Ray Williams gonna get 20 stars in my rankings.
I'm looking forward to it.
You know, Kabuki Warriors, love me some Oscar. And Kyrie's like, hey, okay, dog, you ain't got to yell. I'm here. Turned on EO, didn't I, cuz? That's exactly how Kyrie Sane sounds. But I think when you go back to like the main title picture, it has become a little bit muddled, in part due to Seth Rollins' injury, and then kind of the start-stop almost of the Braun Breaker push. because to Chris's point, I thought we were going right to Braun. But now we've got this kind of CM Punk intermezzo, if you will. And like y'all know, I'm a fan of Company Man Punk. I'm a fan of the Muffin Man. Ray, do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
Yes, the Muffin Man. CM Punk on these streets. But I don't think it's going to be a long title reign. Like, it wouldn't shock me if Punk doesn't have the title by the time we get to New Year's Day. It wouldn't shock me. But yeah, I think they've got some questions to answer. You know, this kind of all goes back to Jay's earlier point about WWE kind of being a little bit basura right now, in terms of like there's some cool things on the shows and some cool aspects to these shows. But what's your overall vision? Now, I don't mean the white vision. What's your overall vision as the creators of these shows? And so I think it's going to be interesting, Jay. Obviously, you and Gerard are going to have a lot to talk about on the next edition of Ring Theory, but what's your thoughts about Punk, you know, winning the title again, brother?
I think he needs to change his name from Punk, because there's nothing punk rock about being a company man. I mean, he's anti-establishment. I think he's outgrown that name, you know. Just my thing. But him with the title, it seems right. I mean, he's wearing it well. He's he's a star. I think that I don't know. I think he's a transitional champion. I don't know who he's going to drop the title to. My gut tells me it's going to be a Braun Breaker. I just don't. I don't know what the timing is on that. In terms of the War Games match, if I was Jey Uso, just me personally, somebody who booted me in my head during a match, to send a message to me or whatever, something went wrong or what happened, you know, you're gonna kick me in my head. We're gonna have some problems. So I would turn that into a storyline, because a lot of people were talking about it. Like, yo, what happened? We know that there's a botched move, and I would turn that into a storyline. You were talking about, or actually they were hinting at Jey Uso going rogue and going heel. This could be the perfect time to actually execute that. So that I would love to see that in terms of storytelling, messing with Punk and just, you know, hey, look, you kicked me in my head. I may have some post concussion syndrome, or I play into
doused water on me, right.
Something, you know, just lean into that. Where you know you got Cena, not Cena. You got I just pulled a Ray. You got Punk.
Damn.
You got Punk. You got
the time is now, bro.
And then the last time is now. So I do like Punk as the champion, but again, I just don't think there's anything punk rock about being a company man at this point.
Tell it. I've been preaching from the rooftops. This guy is pretty much gone against all of his doggone what he stood on for like the last 15 years. He's pretty much gone against it.
Because he's a dumbass, man. This is the thing. This is this is the thing. Because like, when I honestly don't think it's good to fault anybody for accepting money for, you know, I don't know what your monetary reasons are. So I'm not going to sit there and say, yo, don't take this Saudi Arabia money because they're flashing a big check. If you need the money, take the money, but don't talk all that shit and then take the money, you know? And I wrote this article too on Aries Spears had a problem with like Mark Maron and a couple other comedians telling people, the comedians that were taking the Saudi Arabia money to go to Saudi Arabia and do stand-up acts were wrong to do that. And then fucking Aries Spears responded back like, the United States of America had slavery. But I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up and take the goddamn money, you know? I don't, like, you know, if you need the money, take the money. Don't try to sit there and use slavery as a justification for taking the money. Look, man. In a perfect world, someone like CM Punk would go to Saudi Arabia, take the money, and do some great positive things with it when he got it, like the way Mustafa Ali did. Like he went out there. He was like, okay, I'm gonna go out there, and this is what I'm gonna do with this money, and did something positive with it. But don't talk all that shit and then take the money because that's the definition of a sellout. I'm not gonna call Aries Spears a sellout because he never grandstanded and said I would never go to Saudi Arabia. Shit,
right?
I might go to Saudi Arabia if the money is right and I could do some positive things with it. Shit, I don't know what my monetary needs are gonna be.
Kris got the #1 book in Saudi Arabia.
Right, yeah, shit, man. Like, golly, you have to take things as they come. He should have never said that shit in the first place. But once you say it, you can't unsay it. Now you are a hypocrite for taking the money.
Right.
For a second, Ray, I thought Kris was getting ready to tell us a story about Aries Spears beefing with Marvelous Mark Merrow, and I was like, "How Johnny B. Bad end up in this joint?" Saudi Arabia is just too pretty.
Yeah, it was Mark Maron and that other comedian, the one that was in Men in Black, where Will Smith is telling him where he puts good memories in their head. He's
Oswald.
Like, yeah, Patton Oswalt. Yeah, they were like, yeah, nah, you shouldn't be doing this, And I mean, look, man, I'm not here to pass judgment on anybody that's doing that, unless you're making, like, you do need to understand the pros and cons of doing that. Understand that the money is dirty, but it doesn't have to be used for dirty things. You can get the money, and I've taken scholarships from companies that I knew weren't great companies, but I'm broke and eating top ramen every day, and a pack of potatoes from the 99-cent store. Money is needed, so I'm gonna do what I need to do. But at the same time, once I get this scholarship and get this degree, what am I going to do with the degree and the stuff that I have? And I just think that CM Punk, like Jarek was saying, he's a company man. He's not a punk. He's a punk in the worst possible way. That's it. He's not a punk like the Ramones. He's a punk like an ass bitch,
like a sucker.
Yeah.
Shout out to Enron for giving Kris that scholarship, man. Look what his brother become.
It wasn't Enron, but I do think it was an adjacent company.
It's kind of in that same area, damn.
Yeah, it's in that realm. I have to tell you what it was, And it wasn't a ton of money. It was like $2,000, but at the time, $2,000 might as well have been $20,000.
Yeah.
Money.
Speaking of Enron with the chat.
Not exactly Imran, but Slim Sieber says, and thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars, Slim. Forgive me if this was discussed already. I joined a little late. But do you think it's finally time for Trick Williams to make the move to the main roster? And what do you think is his ceiling?
Man, I think it was time for half those Negroes to make the main roster. Like,
literal Negro.
They should have made the main roster like 6 months ago, But I mean, the thing is, with getting to the main roster, the main thing is, does Triple H have an idea for you? Because if he doesn't have an idea for you, you might as well stay your ass in NXT, get the NXT checks, be on the CW, and call it a day. But if he's got ideas for you, Now, if all you're looking for is the raise you get to go to Raw or SmackDown, then hey, take it, you know. But I mean, if you're looking for the thing that I hate about WWE and AEW sometimes is calling up guys and then not having ideas for them or having bad ideas for them. So I want Trick to go to WWE and them to have a good idea for him. I want someone to look at Trick the way Vince McMahon looked at The Rock in 1997 after his failed face run. You know, that's how I want that guy to be.
Yeah, appreciate the super chat. I think the one thing Trick would have going for him, because I do think he's going to hit a ceiling eventually, just because I don't think, like, he's got a lot of talents, but I don't think, and I hate to say this because I like Trick Williams, man, but I don't think he's got enough to make them see that he has enough.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I mean, we got to keep it real when we talk about WWE and these kind of things. They have in their head what a superstar is. And it's usually not somebody that's Japanese. It's not somebody that's black. It's not somebody that's Indian. It's something else, you know. It's not an other, you know. And that's a sad commentary.
Samoan, that is the cheat code.
Right, yeah. If you're a Samoan, and they see something with you, and even when you're a Samoan, you're going to be fighting for a Ulafala. They can't escape the stereotypes. You would hope that with Dwayne being on the board, they move away from some of this shit.
Hey, Dwayne does not want to cause,
yeah, exactly.
Cause division, Chris.
Yeah, I'm not optimistic about that, right? So, I do think at a certain point with WWE, we do have to accept the fact that the company is not going to be something that they're not. That's just not in the that's not the tea leaves for them. That's not in the future for them. They are never going to be these champions of diversity. Triple H doesn't see color. And it's a sad commentary. It sucks, but I mean, if you want them to do different, you got to demand it out of them. If you're not going to be demanded, if you're not demanding it out of them, they're just going to give you status quo. And that's really the bottom line.
I think the one thing, though, that Trick may have in his favor is, as we've seen, the entrance can get you a long way, man. At least get your foot in the door. If they, run with that, whoop that Trick joint, they gain a little bit of traction, at least initially, just off the entrance.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the entrance makes everything. Ask Jay Uso about it, I mean, that's his entire stick. And then he has 5 recycled moves from somebody else that he uses, and it got him a world title. So, hey, maybe the sky's the limit. I think the thing that Trick Williams has going for him is that Lash Legend is already on the main roster. So she already laid the groundwork. It's like, hey, my boo over in NXT, what can you do for him? So it's already built in. Now, in terms of what he could do on the main roster, I think he has a world title push, that can be, drawn out of him with the correct booking. Will Triple H pull the trigger on it?
No.
Would love to say yes.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like we have to stop asking that question after a while. I mean, it's because the thing is, it's like he's Triple H is. How long has he been in charge now? In WWE,
83 weeks.
Okay, so I think that's actually probably about right, though.
It probably is. I was making a joke.
So I mean, if in 3 years this shit is still going on, then you have to kind of charge it to the game. That's how literally. I did AEW. That's how I did AEW. I was like AEW. If there's no like real push for Black talent after 5 years of existence, then they're gonna just be what they're gonna be. And then Swerve and then the Hurt Syndicate and good stuff start happening. And WWE is just kind of how I have to look at Triple H's booking, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That makes
All right.
sense.
He's like, Trick, I was going to give you the big push, kid, but then I listened to this podcaster named Ray Williams, and he brought up a lot of good points about why I shouldn't push you.
I know, right? Ray Williams is giving this
Don't
guy
blame
built-in
me.
excuses.
Don't blame me.
Just got the brass ring. Here's some collard seeds. Go plant those.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and thanks again, Slim Seaver, for the super chat. So we're getting towards the end. For those who were complaining before, it looks like we're going to make it past 4. So quit getting your panties in a bunch. But before we do get out of here, I think there are some miscellaneous topics that you guys wanted to discuss with everybody. So we could call this like the grab bag. So I'll go ahead and just throw out a few of the topics. And if you guys want to chip in on each of the topics, then you're more than welcome to. Or if you wanted to focus on 1 or 2, then you're more than welcome to do that as well. So we'll go with the grab bag. So the first thing, we wanted to discuss the passing of Sir Mo from Men on a Mission, passed away at 58 between the last time we were on and now. So condolences to him if you guys have any memories on him. Also, Rebel / Reba / Tanea, she has announced on social media that she has been diagnosed with lymphoma. So shout out to her, and we wish you all the best, and we hope that you make it through. There was a lot of people in the wrestling business that were just talking about how positive and how upbeat she is, and are just really, really rooting for her to make it through this. So shout out to you, Reba / Rebel. We wish you all the best with the battle that you have ahead. We also wanted to kind of maybe give some extended thoughts. We were kind of talked about this on the King of Sport podcast with not Mark Henry, but Devon Dudley. They don't all look alike, Ray. Stop it. They don't all look alike.
Ray doesn't see color either.
I was the security guard that thought Jay was the Mark Henry. But Devon Dudley, he's always, for the last year, he's mentioned specific quotes from a higher up in WWE when he worked there that was frequently racist towards him. And more recently, he revealed that it was one Jim Ross, or he talked about the man in the 10-gallon hat from Oklahoma. So if you guys wanted to give any more thoughts in addition to the ones that you gave on Kings of Sport. And the last grab bag topic, Brother Kris, you wanted to delve into this a little bit. David Otunga, he has a YouTube channel now, and with him being the first Harvard-educated lawyer in the professional wrestling space, he delves into law-related topics that are adjacent to pro wrestling. I think he's talked about the whole Rampage Jackson's son, Raja Jackson, and more recently, he talked about Andrade's contract and how he sees a contradiction within the actual clauses as far as being independent contractors, but also withholding a talent for a certain promotion without having them work anywhere else. And he feels that if Andrade had good lawyers, he would be able to beat the case, and that he'll be able to get that clause null and void. So if you guys wanted to touch on all of those topics, whether it be Rebel, whether it be David Otunga's thoughts on the contract disputes, whether it be the passing of Sir Mo, or whether it be Devon Dudley's thoughts on JR, you guys are more than welcome to go ahead and chime in.
Yeah.
I'll give you some quick hits because I want to give Kris some runway and clear the lane, because I think particularly on JR and Otunga, those two topics I think Kris can go in depth in. So I'll just say, RIP to Sir Mo. Like, that's way too early to not have this brother around anymore. Like, Men on a Mission, like whatever you want to say about Men on a Mission, they were a groundbreaking tag team at the time, man. Brian Mann and I on Keep It 100. One of my favorite episodes that we did was an episode that featured Oscar of Men on a Mission, where we talked about the correlation between hip hop and wrestling. And by the way, if you want to hear that episode and the entire Keep It 100 catalog, Post Wrestling has graciously allowed us to host that over at the Nefarious Media Network Patreon. So anybody at the $3 level or above can check out that episode of Keep It 100, where we talked about the correlation and the connection between rap and wrestling. And Men on a Mission were pioneers in that, man. And I'm not even throwing that word around lightly. Like what Mo, Oscar, and Mabel did, man. They were, one of the few WWF things at the time that actually felt current and of the culture. And so, yeah, man, like all the thoughts and prayers to Mo's family and his friends in the business and outside the business, and those of us that, kind of grew up watching that dude, man. He will be missed. In terms of Rebel or Reba, man, you can't say enough about like how this person found a role early on in AEW with Britt Baker and made it work, man. Like, give her a lot to do in a scene or very little to do in a scene, and she always knocked it out of the park, man. I thought she was a good part of that tandem with Britt, and so hopefully she gets through this battle, man. Again, thoughts and prayers to Rebel. And again, man, Rebel was a part of one of the wildest matches I've ever seen in my life, man. The infamous Rebel Shelly Martinez match at TNA. It's something that has to be experienced, but I hope that she knows how much the fans and her peers appreciate what she has brought to the business, man, in various capacities. In terms of JR, we talked about it a little bit on the Kings of Sport, as you mentioned, Ray. Like, I don't think JR is out and out racist, even though it's kind of the lines get blurred when you have somebody who is in a position of power, being able to kind of make decisions and having some of these thoughts. But we've seen JR kind of also is a man out of time sometimes with some of the comments that he's made on AEW, particularly when the Japanese women were wrestling. But to Jim Ross's credit, he has come out and apologized for stuff like that. So he's not beyond seeing the error in his ways and kind of course correcting. So, I hope that JR, whether he says something publicly or not, he kind of can acknowledge his role in that uncomfortable situation with Devon. But then finally with David Otunga, man, I think, and we talked about it a little bit last month on the NWA podcast, and I talked about it with Kate over at Collision a couple of weeks ago. Like, these contracts are something that if this industry was not a garbage industry, as Kris always calls it, I think these contracts would have been a thing of the past a long time ago. Because it, like, how you gonna tell somebody they can't work for a year, but you also can't, like, I'm a wrestler, dog. I'm not a plumber. I'm not an Uber driver. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a lawyer. Like, wrestling is what I do. And you're telling me not only am I not working for you for a year, but I can't go work for nobody else for a year? It's kind of messed up, man. So, like, obviously, I will say, always read your damn contracts, because TK and Andrade, y'all should have been a little bit smarter than that. But I do hope that there is a resolution to this, even to the point where Kris talked about last month. If y'all got to go fight this in court, man, do what you got to do, because this is something that could fundamentally kind of change the business of the business. And so those are my thoughts on those topics, man. Jay, Kris, if y'all want to chime in, it's all good.
I'm going to be extremely brief, and I really want to hear what the good doctor has to say. But, first of all, thoughts and prayers to Sir Mo and his family. He did provide a lot of entertainment, when I was a kid growing up, watching John mentioning Point Nate. Yeah, it was groundbreaking because I didn't see a lot of tag teams like that that looked like me. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to him for that. With Reba, Rebel, she was entertaining, man. She was dope. So I hope she does, well in her recovery, and keep her in our prayers, and she gets on the other side of this. In terms of the Jim Ross thing, we had our conversations about it. He probably has his preference. And there's always three sides to a story. There's, the person that was offended, in this case, it was Devon. There's Jim Ross's side of it, and there's also the truth. So somewhere in the middle is what happened. Not saying that I don't believe that he experienced racism from Jim Ross or any other executive in the WWE at the time. But I can't say, because I don't know the man, that he's racist. Can I say that he has a preference? Absolutely, 100%. Look at his track record. That's all I can say about that. I know Booker T chimed in. He said he didn't have that kind of experience with Jim Ross. So again, there's Devon's side, Jim Ross's side, and there's also the truth that's in the middle somewhere. So blend in with that. In terms of David Otunga and his take on Andrade not being able to work in his industry of choice for a full year with this bogus contract. These are independent contractors. And if you are contracted and there's a clause that says that you can't compete for a year, that's bogus. Unless you're getting paid to sit out for a full year and not be able to do what your craft is, regardless if it's wrestling or plumbing or computer software engineering, whatever, you should be able to earn a living for you, your family, your loved ones. You should not have to be disqualified and sit on the sidelines, not being able to do what you want to do for, to earn a paycheck. Point blank, full stop. Kris, floor is yours.
Oh yeah. So RIP to Bobby Horn. He was someone I used to talk to on Facebook a little bit, especially in the 2010s. I know he was sick back then also. And he's made comments about that stuff. My first introduction to him and Mabel was in USWA as Nelson Knight and Bobby Knight, the Knight brothers or whatever they were called, and they were cool. And Mabel used to cut some pretty risque promos back in the day, where you talked about black folks that were chucking and jiving, so to speak, but he didn't use those words, but that was the kind of promo he cut. It was good stuff. So RIP to Sir Mo. And, hopefully his family, gets whatever they need in this time of need. Rebel, yes, any kind of disease is not good. So hopefully, he'll fast healing from that and at least be, comfortable while you're dealing with that too. As far as Jim, well, I'll go with the Jim Ross stuff first. As far as Jim Ross is concerned, Jim Ross is somebody I've met a couple times. I met him in San Francisco 10 years ago. I met him somewhere else. He's always been nice and cool. But that just because you're nice and cool doesn't mean that you're not racist, because I know plenty of racist people that are nice and cool. I know racist people that I'm friends with, and I'd still say that they were racist, so that doesn't mean anything. This is what I'll say about Jim Ross. Jim Ross is responsible for hiring the two biggest black stars ever in WWE, Bobby Lashley and Dwayne Johnson. Then Jim Ross hired those people. Jim Ross hired Shelton Benjamin. Jim Ross has been on record that he said he didn't love the way Shelton Benjamin was treated when he got to the main roster, and I think Jim Ross has his favorites as far as like the black wrestlers are concerned. Like if you were a Dwayne Johnson type, if you were if you were extraordinary in some way, like Bobby Lashley or Shelton Benjamin with his athleticism, I think Jim Ross is the one that kind of turned the athleticism word for black wrestlers into a slur. I don't know.
Athletic black wrestler with no backstory. Yeah. That's one of the tropes.
I don't know if he did that on purpose or not. But I know like that was like always what he used to say about Shelton Benjamin, was talk about his athleticism and going on about that. But yeah, it's like, and that's the thing, and having your favorites does put you in, a racialized territory. It just is what it is. If you can't look at Devon Dudley and see past his race, or you look at the, whatever he was doing, whether it was the preacher gimmick or what it was, and says, and already put like a ceiling on him, then that's, that is problematic. The racism part always comes where, if someone is a true racist, if they are in a position of power and they are preventing you from reaching your full potential because of their position of power, and if they're using your race as a way to say you can't be this because you're that is racist. So that is what Devon Dudley accused him of. It wasn't him just throwing out the term racist. That's what racism is. That is the textbook definition of racism. Not just calling somebody a slur or making fun of somebody. And I know Jim Ross wasn't a fan of Maven. He's gone on record and said that. He said that on his show. He didn't think that Maven had a lot to offer. That could be looked at a couple different ways, because when they did that first season of Tough Enough, Maven was clearly the best wrestler of those men. If you remember it, it was Maven. Chris Nowinski was okay. Yeah, and what was her name? Lydia. What was her name? Nydia. Nydia. She was cool. I mean, but yeah, Maven was clearly the guy in that season, So, I don't like. I think Jim Ross has probably been doing the right thing, because I don't think he stands to gain a lot from addressing this. Because I mean, and I don't think the industry is like clamoring for him to make a statement. Like, and the thing that I could give Jim Ross that you can't give Tessa Blanchard is what Tessa Blanchard did was kind of like the Streisand effect, right? Yeah, because what Tessa Blanchard did was like the Streisand effect, because if she would have just shut the fuck up, probably nobody would know about her racism, but she made that statement and then the floodgates came down. With Jim Ross, there hasn't been a plethora of men or women coming out and calling Jim Ross a racist, I think Jim Ross was not in the best position in WWE, because the position that he was in was the position that JJ Dillon was in, that John Laurinaitis was in, I'm not comparing JR to John Laurinaitis by any stretch, but it's the position of the bad guy, the corporate overlord does not want to fire you. So Jim Ross is the person that does the dirty work for him, right?
Middle management.
Yeah, like for as far as Devon and Maven are concerned, Vince McMahon could have probably been feeding this stuff to Jim Ross and to relay back to them, what I never understand about WWE is like the way people complain about people that aren't Vince McMahon in that company, which is and Dave Meltzer's brought this up several times. Wade Keller has too. Vince McMahon is the boss in that company. Mm-hmm. He is the guy in charge. Whatever push you are not getting is because of him. You getting fired, maybe Vince McMahon isn't the guy that fired you, but Vince McMahon, if put it this way, if Triple H tried to get John Cena or The Rock fired, Vince McMahon will tell him, and did tell him, to fuck off. When they were trying to get, when Shawn Michaels and Triple H didn't like The Rock or didn't like John Cena, Vince McMahon was like, "Nah, we're pushing these guys." So whatever push you did not get in WWE is because Vince McMahon either didn't care about you enough to vouch for you and to stop you from getting fired, or just didn't like you and you got fired. But either way, this buck stops with Vince McMahon. So Jim Ross isn't the guy that's responsible for the Dudley boys or Devon's lack of a push. Not directly. I think here's what I can say about this, and I think that this will be honest, is that Vince McMahon probably wasn't the biggest fan of Devon outside of the preacher stuff. And Jim Ross thought it was stupid. And he told that to Vince, and Vince was probably like, you're right, that is stupid, and didn't push him, so, take that for what you want to take it as. And then, as for David Otunga, WWE does this stuff with contracts. We've been over this so many times. It doesn't matter who the wrestler is. They do try to strong arm people. They did it with Brock Lesnar. They said that he couldn't do anything for it was 5 years or something. I got to go back and look at that story, but Brock Lesnar fought it and won. Alberto Del Rio fought it and won. If they did that to CM Punk and he fought it, he would have won too. Mm-hmm. It's just one of those things that they sometimes do. And this is how, and this is the 5-year-old nature of WWE. This is the toddler nature where you got the kid in the nursery, and he doesn't want to play with the old toy because he's got a new toy. And so another kid comes and picks up the old toy and starts having fun with the old toy. And then the kid with the new toy is like, "Hey, I want my old toy back." And that's what they did with Andrade. It's like, you got this guy back. You did not push him. If whatever you said, it was his fault, he got released, whatever the fuck ever. Same rule applies. If you like this guy, he wouldn't have got released. how much shit has Randy Orton done over the decades?
Literally.
And literally, and did not get released for it, right? WWE picks and chooses who they're going to release for whatever fuckery they're going to get released for. And Andrade they did that to him, and I don't know. I think they were dumbfounded. And I'm gonna even go a step further and say I don't think Andrade or Tony did anything wrong in this situation. At first, I did give him the benefit of I did like, yeah, you got to look at the contract better. After listening to David Otunga talk about it thoroughly, the contract is a standard contract, you know. They just got mad that AEW was like, yeah, we'll push this guy if you don't want to push him. And I think somebody there, maybe Triple H, wanted to stick it to him and say, look, because I think this is a thing that happens. I think that Triple H thought they were going to release him and he was going to be nobody. And then AEW wasn't going to want him back. And Andrade would have been a man without a country and eventually go crawling back to WWE. I think that's probably what they thought was going to happen. And that's not what Tony Khan did. Tony Khan was like, come back to the family. He was the prodigal son, you know. He was he was the guy that left and just was welcomed back, and all the siblings hate him, and it's like, you come on back, you're welcome, you know. And yeah, so I think that kind of childish shit is just pathetic. And it speaks to the culture in WWE and how much it hasn't changed. And when the longer you see Triple H in his role and Nick Khan in his role, you start to understand the culture there has not changed at all. You know, it's gotten modernized, but it's the same. You know,
right?
Ray Williams.
Well, real quick, I'll make it fast. And I'll go in reverse order. So I agree with everything you guys said about the David Otunga situation. All in my mind, I think if you get enough people to get behind it, I think you can really like change the landscape. And, like, if you could get like an Andrade, and you could get folks like doggone, what's her name? We talked about Samantha Irvin. She mentioned she was on a 2-year no compete clause, which is crazy. So I think if you could get enough people behind it, I think you could change the landscape. If you get enough people who can fight against WWE, I think you can get these contracts changed like permanently. And then they'll have to make a choice. They'll either have to make you actual independent contractors, so where you could go anywhere you want, or they're going to have to make you employees, of which they owe you for amenities, or they owe you for insurance, they owe you for all this other stuff. So so
that's the I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just saying, hopefully.
That's the problem with the wrestling industry, though. You know, you could bring me out for this too. The problem with the wrestling industry is that the people at the top of the industry are getting fed and taken care of and got tour buses and all that shit, right? So they have no need for a union, and let's just say perchance they do eventually like have these problems, they complain about it when it's way too late, you know. That's always been the issue with it, because I do agree with what Ray said. It's like if you guys came together and demanded a union, they couldn't do anything about it, you know. But I mean, I remember CM Punk talking about wanting to do something like that back in the day, And then he was like, well, no, if wrestlers want to be stupid, just let them be stupid. And, it's that's kind of like the attitude that a lot of these guys have. And at a certain point, you don't blame them, because if you're in a perfect world, these guys would be like, yo, let's come together and come up with some kind. I mean, no other sport would put up with this shit, well, except boxing maybe, and the combat sports will, but basketball, the hockey, baseball, no place else, acting, you're not gonna, acting has a very strong union, and once you're a part of SAG, you are being a part of SAG makes you it protects you from a lot of bullshit. And wrestlers are just too they're just not going to do that. That's just not something they want to do.
Well, I think even if they don't, and you mentioned a good point when you talk about the rest of combat sports, because UFC is in a similar situation where it's like the big guys, they're getting fed, like they're getting fed and they're happy, they all good, like the top guys, like even if you go back like 5-10 years ago, the top guys like a John Jones, like a Conor McGregor, those guys were getting fed. Even now, where you got the top guys like now I want to say Alex Pereira, those guys, they getting fed, but
that's by design too. Yeah. Like they do that on purpose,
and it's the guys that are like fighting and they're earning $10 or $10,000 for a show bonus and $10 for a win bonus, or $10 a show and $10,000 to show and $10,000 to win. Those are the guys that need to be rolling together, but they look at themselves as, I could be a John Jones, I could be a Alex Pereira, I could be an Islam.
And nobody's looking at it like, what if I don't become that? They all look at it as like, oh, there's a potential for me to become that. So fuck it, and that's why Vanessa Lane Bryant, the judge, she was a George Bush appointee, black judge. She's not an unfair judge, but I mean, she looked at the lawyer bringing those cases to her, and she's like, yeah, why didn't you motherfuckers complain about this shit when you were in the company, And that's a valid question, it's sad,
Yeah, and it works both ways too, because yes, you got some of these guys and girls in the mid card that are like, I'm gonna be a star, so I don't need to unionize. But you've also got the ones who are like, if I do unionize, they might fire my ass. And so it's like sometimes you got to go along to get along. And then on the other end, Kris, as you mentioned, we've heard the story about CM Punk. We've heard the story about Jesse Ventura back in the day, where it's like, if you don't have enough or any of those top guys joining in with some of those guys and girls in the lower ranks, then you're not going to really get any traction either, because they're like looking at them like, oh, they don't want to follow, so I'm not going to lead. When in some cases it's like, sometimes you need the leader for the people to follow. And so it's a very designed institution, Kris. You're right. The way that they got it, because it pits both sides against each other.
Right. Yeah. And I remember when not Jesse Ventura, Brutus Beefcake, when
Brother Bruce had.
Not Brutus, but yeah, it was Brutus Beefcake. He was the one where the parasailer crashed into him, right?
Yeah, that's
broken space.
Yeah.
He was able to pay for that with SAG benefits.
That's crazy.
It's like that you got these wrestlers have to find creative ways of doing that kind of stuff. So you get yourself a couple commercials in and shit. Apply for SAG. it's not going to protect you from workplace injuries, but from a freak accident like what Brutus Beefcake went through, they paid for that surgery and, you know, set him off good. And I think it was the only thing he had done was like a couple episodes of Thunder in Paradise. And this is before Hulk Hogan signed with WCW. So it wasn't like it wasn't like Brutus Beefcake was like, I don't think he was tied to any company when he did it. I think he was probably on his last legs of WWE when they were filming those early episodes in that Thunder in Paradise movie, which I made John and Way watch. But
well, I think the only saving grace that I could think of, and again, we're thinking about combat sports, is even though there was no union in the UFC, there are two antitrust lawsuits against the UFC. One that was settled on with a $375 million settlement amongst 1,200 fighters. Some fighters who are still currently in the UFC, and it's because it was two classes. One class that was before 2014. The second class is after 2014, and the second class is still deliberating with judges, and they're still deliberating with the lawyers for TKO as well. So I think there is a little bit of hope there, is though, even if they don't have a union, I think WWE, if there are some WWE former and current wrestlers, if they want to come together and look into these clauses, I think there's something there. So I think
they need to do the same thing. Yeah, it's getting ridiculous at this point. You know, it's you know, kicking yourself in the balls.
Yeah, so that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing I wanted to touch on. You guys mentioned with Jim Ross. Again, echo what you guys said. I don't think he's fully racist, but I do think he has preferences. So come on, JR. We can't have you and your sauce at the barbecue if you acting like this, JR.
Goes great with collard greens, by God.
Again, shout out to Rebel. We wishing you all the best. And one last thing that I wanted to end on is, although I didn't watch a lot of Men on a Mission back then, I did hear about them, and I did know about King Mabel and him winning the King of the Ring and stuff like that. So I wasn't too aware of Sir Mo, aka Bobby Horn, but I do wish all the best for him, for his family. And it's crazy that he passed away at 58. Mabel, aka Nelson Frazier, passed away at 43. Please, brothers, please, folks, get checked out if you need to. If you need to cut some things out, if you need to work on your health, please do not wait until the last minute. Like I'm reaching that age where I'm gonna have to start looking into that prostate exam. I'm not looking forward to it, but I gotta start thinking about my future. And please, folks, please invest in your health if you can.
Yeah, it's a you'll be fine. I got my first prostate exam at 37. Because I'm just paranoid. So it was like, I remember this is when I first met my wife. My stomach was acting up on me. I don't know what the hell was going on. And I was like, I got to get a prostate exam. And yeah, it's cool, man. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine, Ray. Just when you go to the doctor and he asks what you need, just say, hey, injectocito, cuzzo.
Right. Did y'all ever see that episode of My Wife and Kids when Lou Rawls was playing Dr. Man, that shit was so hilarious, man. But yeah.
It is. Like I got one a few years ago. Like I usually get them like every couple of years, Chris.
Yeah.
And it was just like the first time, be like, yeah, I was nervous, man. But it was like once you're there, once you go through it, you're like, oh, okay, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah. It's easy, and they give you drugs and shit too, you know.
Yeah, right. So, get drugs, dog. The good kind.
I think that's well, I think we're gonna wrap up on that note. I think that's all the topics that we have for today, and barring we go too long, we might make it under 5 hours. It'd be like Martin when he proposed to Gina. Dang, are you happy now? We made it to 5 hours.
Right.
Yeah. And then had to do the whole mea culpa thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we hit 5 hours tonight, I'm just gonna be the last words I say. Be like, hey, here, my dear. And on that note, we want to thank everybody for tuning in this month for another edition of the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, proudly presented by Post Wrestling. Again, stay tuned because next month it's going to be another one. It's going to be another one, folks. Next month, big time show with all of our friends here at Post Wrestling coming through. Most of our friends. I can't be bold enough to say all of our friends because who knows? WH Park may have something to do that night. But a lot of our friends here at Post and the extended family beyond Post will be joining us for the annual NWA Holiday Kickback, where we'll talk about our favorite things of the year, best and worst of 2025. We'll talk about some of our most treasured Christmas memories, maybe our favorite Christmas songs, maybe our favorite Christmas gifts. And of course, you already know, Jay, we're going to play a game of America's favorite party game, a round of America's favorite party game. Who all going to be there? AKA who coming to the cookout? Jim Ross looking kind of trepidatious right now, my boy.
That's crazy. His sauce might be there, but he won't.
Right.
Yeah. Not the Chipotle
club looking in.
Yeah, not the Chipotle ketchup.
Car. Give me the sauce, JR. That's all you can. Just give me the sauce. I'll pay you back.
Yeah.
That main event mustard. Okay.
Yeah, the main event mustard I'll accept. The main event mustard is good. The barbecue sauce is good. The Chipotle ketchup, nah.
Son. Yeah, he flew too close to the sun with that one, Chris.
Yeah. I wasn't feeling that at all.
He tried.
I'd rather get some French fries and some ketchup, and then just you get some hot sauce, some Tabasco or some Louisiana. Call it a day. I don't need the Chipotle ketchup doing whatever the fuck it was doing.
He did a little too much with that one.
Yeah.
By God.
And the turkey was good too. Yeah.
Shout out to everybody for checking out this edition of the show, whether you watch it live with us here on Sunday night or whether you're watching or listening in the future. We do appreciate you, man. As always, if you'd like to support the work that we're doing, not only here at Post, but also over at the Nefarious Media Network, you can check us out on the patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network, where $3 gets you in the door, man. For over 300 hours of audio and video content from myself and the rest of the Nefarious team, man. We're almost through our first year. We just getting started, folks. We just getting started.
Mm-hmm.
While you're there, hop on over to socials and check us out on IG. Check us out on Twitter. Check us out on Blue Sky. Check us out on Threads. Check us out on YouTube and check us out on TikTok, man. We doing things in the TikTok streets now, folks. Chris got a banger right now that's on TikTok.
Also, on Blue Sky, just add one of our starter packs. Go to the Post Wrestling starter pack. John Pollock's got that up on his page. I've got a starter pack for our page up as well. So yeah, so you get some fast friends on Blue Sky.
I got a starter pack and it's just me and Nia Jax. That's all. Let's get it started. As the Black Eyed Peas once said, Jay, let's get it started in here, Nia Jax. But anyways, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about how thankful we are that y'all tuned into the show. Speaking of thankful, hope everybody has a safe and happy American Thanksgiving, because Canada, y'all had y'all last month. Don't be greedy. You can't have two. You can't have two Thanksgivings. I ain't gonna front though. When I was dating my ex who was from Canada, that was like the dream, Jay Lacey. I was like, you telling me I get two Thanksgivings and a Christmas? I'd be looking like Walter if I had 2 Thanksgivings, man.
Double dip.
Double dip. But yeah, y'all have a safe and happy holiday season, man. Let's end the year on a good note, everybody. And we're gonna go around the horn one last time, starting out with the man himself, friend to all plants, because they're not alive though. Let's give it up.
Here we go.
Ray Williams, what you got for the people, man? Where can people find you? Anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Well, thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you guys for support. You can find me anywhere with Nefarious. We got the parlay coming up tomorrow night. I'm gonna have SBF Styles Break fights up next week. It's probably gonna be a supersized edition because I missed you guys last month. That was my bad. But got a lot to talk about, including UFC 322, which wrapped up on Saturday, which sees one more entrant into the double champ club, or the 2-division club, with Islam Makhachev earning the UFC welterweight championship after vacating his UFC lightweight championship. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the eye poke situations that's been going on. We're going to be talking about the UFC being involved in its own gambling scandal. It's not just the NBA, but we'll see if Cash Patel looks into them as much, and much more. So just stay tuned to that. You can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky at Two Way Ray. You can find me on Instagram at Mondo Dondo 1.
And speaking of gambling, Ray, I think we got to hit him with it one last time. If you are hanging out with Chauncey and them, or Gilbert Arenas and them, or even Scurry Terry on these streets, hey, if you want to put down a wager that's guaranteed to hit, AEW Full Gear, Hangman Adam Page, Cowboy Bob Orton is going to go over on Samoa Joe, Tonga Kid.
NOIE. Yeah,
that is Ray Williams, Two-Way Ray's insurmountable lock of the week. Hit it, Ray.
I am just waiting for a wrestler to get caught up in a scandal where he was betting on wrestling because he was booking this shit.
Yo, Cash Patel, look at Triple H's books. What you doing, player?
I know, right?
Leave Chauncey alone. Leave Robert Jones alone.
Yeah. That's just them being on Sportsbook and DraftKings and all. It's just waiting for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of a man, I was like, speaking of a man that's got a big parlay on Full Gear, Jay Lacey, what you got, man? What you got to tell the people, man? And you're taking the over under on Kenny Omega, wonderfully done entrances.
I hope he has a good entrance, man, because if not, I'm gonna talk about it. I gotta talk about it. So anyway, thank you for the platform on the Post Network. You can catch me on the Nefarious Network. We got next week, actually this week, later on this week, we have the Ring Theory with my tag team partner, Downtown Gerard Brown, breaking down Full Gear, our thoughts on that, breaking down Survivor Series on both pay-per-views upcoming. So you'll hear our thoughts on that, as well as Uncrowned Champions, one of the segments that we have going on there. So check us out there. You can find me on Instagram at Jarek_wins. You can catch me on the Twitter every once in a while, but mostly on Instagram. So that's where I'm at. And thanks for watching and listening.
Okay, shout out to upper mid-card Jay Lacey, who I'm sure upcoming installment of Uncrowned Champions will feature that tag team known as Lash and Smash. One of the best tag teams in the world right now. They ain't even had no matches yet, Chris. Not a one. Not a one.
Taking the world by storm.
But Chris, anything you want to promote? Shout out to the people as we get out of here tonight, man.
Yeah. So I got a couple articles for Lincoln Square coming out this week. I think I got one tomorrow. I don't know when Susan's gonna put it out. The block has been hot on these political streets, man. I haven't talked. Yeah, I haven't talked to my homeboys here in about a month because I just been inundated with like articles and projects, and these Epstein files has us all busy. And we mentioned, I think I mentioned on the last show we did with Nefarious Nate that these things are not going away. It's like anytime you think they're about to die down, they just don't. And another Republican kind of like deflects and goes rogue and goes against Trump. He's hating Marjorie Taylor Greene now. Yeah, man. So yeah, I got articles coming up on all that shit, man. It's been nuts and crazy. So and then hopefully we talk about this. I don't know what's going on tomorrow, Nate, but it's raining out here. It's thunderstorming all weekend, so I'm probably not going to go to the office tomorrow. Probably not going to go to campus and stay home. And if I do, should be fun times. So just listen to us, watch us, and read us, all that stuff.
So Kris may be joining us tomorrow for the parlay, but I think the even bigger story, even bigger than Kris joining us for the parlay, even bigger than Marjorie Taylor Greene out here beefing with Donald Trump.
It's weird ass shit, man.
The biggest story out of what Kris just said, Ray. Yeah, I hate to say it, man. I hate. It hurts me to my heart. But Tony, you lied to us. You lied to us.
Oh yeah, that's a huge ass lie.
Those that get it. Those that don't may not. But
these thunderstorms are saying something else.
Because Ray, it may be cold on the East Coast or the other side of town, but they told me it never rains in Southern California.
Yeah,
that
was a good ass song.
Left and right. It's been raining all weekend.
It never rains in Southern California. That's what they tell me. That was a good ass song, though.
It was a badass song. I love it.
But you know what else? We love the NWA Podcast here on Post Wrestling, folks. We do it for y'all each and every month. And if you want more from me and the rest of the crew here in Nefarious, again, Patreon's the easiest way to do it. That contains our entire archives. Subscribe to us on all of your podcast catchers. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Subscribe to us on the socials, man. We're trying to do something big here. We're an independent podcast network, man. Just trying to make a wave when we can in this big wide ocean of information and content that's out there. We know you have a choice. You got a lot of options out there. So we're pleased and humbled that y'all take some time to support us. If you do already support us, share the show with your friends, man. Share the show with your friends. If you dig what we're putting down, share it with your friends. Don't keep it to yourself. Don't be selfish. Don't be selfish in the holiday season. If you want to hear more from me specifically, at @8 MOZAIK at Nate Mosaic on Twitter, Nate Mosaic 757 on the Blue Sky. And let's see, anything else? Black Nate on IG, BLAQUE_N8. Want to give a shout out, as always, to the man that provides the theme song for the NWA Podcast, Righteous Reg. Shout out to Reg, not only for the theme song, but for all of his hard work, bringing us things like the BW500. Shout out to John Pollock and Wei Ting, the proprietors of Post Wrestling, who have allowed us the platform to pontificate and ponder and preach and play like we do. I think I ran out of P words.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Austin James, who provided the cover art for the NWA Podcast.
Yeah.
And most importantly, shout out to you, the listener, the audience, because without y'all, this wouldn't be half as fun. So we appreciate everybody for chiming in the chat. We appreciate everybody for sending the super chats, man. And we're going to do it, Lord willing, next month again here at the NWA Podcast on Post Wrestling. So, for Jay, for Ray, for Kris, for Gerard Brown, who could not be here tonight, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton. And remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll see y'all in December. Hit the button, Ray.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.